Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, John Webster. With me, as always, is my trusty co-host, Mr. Jared Kozel. How are you doing, Jared?
Reporting for duty one final time, at least with
Yeah,
respect to this show.
yeah, and I'm not going to close the book on it entirely because we love this show a great deal, and who knows, maybe at some point in the future we'll see an opportunity uh, to do a deep dive conversation into a particular aspect of the show. But for our main coverage, this is definitely the end of an era, and what an era it's been. Hi, Mother Run, great to see you.
Hey,
Thank you for dropping in. Um, yeah, we're talking about the final four episodes of Star Wars: The Bad Batch, and I will say I'm really happy that our division of the episodes this season worked out the way it did
yeah.
because these four episodes definitely are like a chapter onto themselves,
Mhm.
and and so it just works out really well that we're talking about these four episodes. We never really we kind of vaguely discussed it, but at a certain point I just kind of made it official. If you guys stick around to the end of the stream, we'll do a quick talk about Tales of the Empire as well. Certainly not a deep dive into them because we'll be here for another couple of hours if we do that. I think we'll definitely want to talk about it. But focusing first on this show, I know you and I. It's funny we just talked on the last stream about how we're not the type of people to say, "Oh, the show's got to stick the landing," and nonetheless, you and I in our chats together were sort of wringing our hands over, "Oh God, are they going to be able to wrap this up?" Uh, you know, in just one more episode when we were having those conversations, and um, not to jump ahead, but I will say that that final 15-minute episode, it is one of the best examples of like the most satisfying amount of story packed into 50 minutes that I've ever seen. Um, so I think for both of us, our concerns were unfounded, and they did a great job crafting an end for this show. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We've talked about it privately, but it just but go ahead and give your thoughts overall. Like, how are you feeling in the aftermath uh, of the finale of this show? And do you feel well served by it?
I do. My heart is full, my spirit's flying high, and I am just incredibly grateful for the story that we had the opportunity to see unfold over the course of these past three seasons. It's just it was so incredibly rewarding, the entire experience, but this final season and these final episodes especially. And when you mentioned earlier about the whole idea of you and I have routinely and emphatically pushed back against the concept of shows needing to stick the landing, I do feel I should clarify what I mean by that. I'm not saying that I didn't want the show to go out on a high note.
Yeah,
What I push back on when it comes to things about sticking the landing is the idea that the ending is everything, and that if for whatever reason the ending in the final episode isn't the most satisfying and doesn't give you everything you want, or then everything that came before is either devalued or wasn't worth it. And that I really strongly disagree with. I personally feel that the story is always in the journey, and the journey has meaning no matter how it ends. And the ending in particular for a show like this that has been so consistently strong and thematically resonant and powerful in its character moments and relationships throughout, its legacy was secure for me. So if it had ended in such a way where I was like, that was a good ending, but it wasn't, the thematically resonant ending that I wanted, it would not have devalued my experience with the show anymore in any way. I would have just been like, the journey was still worth it. And I would not have felt that like the show hadn't stuck the landing for me. But it is nice to go out on a high note, because what I really wanted from this finale and this final stretch of episodes in particular was that it felt like all of the main storylines that had been set up throughout this show and in this final season in particular had sufficient runway to come to their natural conclusion, not to get every answer, but to get the right answers. And I think where some of the small angst that you and I shared in the lead up to the finale specifically was the last time we talked about the show, there were 4 episodes left. And then they ended up spending the last 3 of those 4 episodes on, I thought, the very important, but also very, logistically plot heavy aspects of actually getting to Tantus and setting up the finale. And famously, this show has only had 15 episodes, not the usual 16. And they never told us the runtime of the finale. And I had a strong suspicion there was going to be at least a double-length episode, and I think that's what it ultimately was. It probably was that they combined the last 2 episodes into one. But because they hadn't confirmed that, I just had this small doubt in the back of my mind that I don't know if they have enough time to wrap up all the character journeys in such a way that in 25 minutes, because we're also going to have the big action scene. The Zilla Beast is going to have to get loose, and that's going to have to take up 5 minutes. So that was the source of my anxiety. If they had just, announced beforehand that like the finale was going to be 50 minutes or 70 minutes, I would have had zero anxiety because I had such trust in these storytellers. But I didn't think 25 minutes was enough. And based on the finale that we saw, 25 minutes would not have been enough. But I needn't have worried, because we were in such strong and assured hands with the storytellers, Jennifer Corbett and Brad Rao, Dee Bradley Baker and Michelle Ang, and the finale that they delivered made everything in particular feel of a piece, and this entire incredibly focused final season to just feel like the crowning achievement that it should be. So in that respect, it did stick the landing, but it also did something that I thought was just far more important and far more emotionally resonant. This show completed its mission. And so I am just so grateful that I had the opportunity to watch it.
Yeah. It's interesting because, and I almost feel like, I talked to you about this. It to me, structurally, these last episodes, I feel like Juggernaut is something of a transitional episode, where it's taking us from the conclusion of the previous 2 episode arc, and the invasion of Pabu, and all that, and transitioning us into, okay, what's the final end game. And then I feel like um the last 3 episodes are, to me, of a piece, almost like one big massive finale, to the point where this could almost have aired as a 100 or so minutes epic finale. And so I think some of the anxiety of going the next 2 weeks with the what I consider the first 2 acts of the finale, it's just, it just when are we going to get to like the big feels. And I somehow feel like if that had all been like put together and billed as like a big Bad Batch final movie,
Mhm.
there would have been less of that feeling, because you know you go into a movie and there and so like we would have been like so excited by like the twists and turns and the I think structurally it would have worked as well. I think just stretching it out into multiple weeks just made us feel a lot of anxiety about like when are the big feels going to
Mhm.
start happening. Um and so really it was just anxiety because we loved the show so much and we didn't want things to be rushed, and especially because the season has been so, and I mean this in the best way, it's so deliberate in its pace and so great at building tension,
Mhm.
um, that in retrospect, because of that, because of the confidence with which the rest of the season was executed, I don't think I should have been worried. um,
Mhm.
but you can't help but like I said, we love this show so much, and so I think we just yeah, which is why like I was allowing myself to fantasize about a 90-minute finale, because, or a 70-minute finale rather, because um because I didn't yet, I don't think I understood the shape that the overall like final story
Mhm.
was taking. And I wondered about what do we need still to resolve. Are there, you know are we getting Rex and
Yeah.
you know and the other clones, are they coming in? No, because this season has been, with a couple of detours, razor focused on our core Bad Batch,
Mhm.
and that remained true to the end of the to the very last moment of the series. And oh, really quick, just want to say hi, Laura. Thank you so
Hey,
much for
Laura.
popping in. You should watch the show. But either way, we appreciate you stopping in. Um, no, and I have a lot of thoughts about how I think how sort of great and smart it was on the behalf of the writers um, to do something that I think, you know, in this kind of story and in this the world that's being played in, and also the fact that there are inevitably certain expectations for an animated show, of this idea of it's the end of the show, we're gonna bring back all the threads that have
Mhm.
been built up throughout the rest of the show. And were we was Feed, who was in Juggernaut, is she gonna like come and bring a whole bunch of characters with her? Are we gonna get some kind of redemption for
Mhm.
Sid, which that ended up being a very dark story, in this, and then we'll talk about that a little bit. And yeah, it's the fact that it sort of stripped away all of the stuff that wasn't absolutely crucial and necessary
Mhm.
to the central story of our main characters. And as you said, didn't necessarily answer every question or tie up every loose end, perhaps leaving that for other storytelling.
Mhm.
Um, I thought was really interesting, and I've always kind of been a fan of sticking to what you absolutely need in a finale. Um, of course, that differs upon
Mhm.
depending on who you ask, but it's part of the reason why I have loved. I I'd go all the way back to being a fan of the ending of Lost, which famously did not answer a lot of questions that people had, but stuck to telling the emotional story. And and whether people consider that a good comparison or not, that's up to the individual. But for me, I almost felt like it was very similar here. Of we were making sure that we paid due attention to the emotional journey of the main characters, and I love that they essentially, the batch puts a stop, or at least a massive pause, on Project Necromancer, and doesn't even really understand what they stopped.
Yeah.
I think that's great, and yeah, it just they did a wonderful. They just did a wonderful job. I was so pleased that it all came together so beautifully. Um, Surprised me in a lot of ways, because I don't need to be like surprised by like plot twists and
Yeah.
and what have you. I'm fine like getting sort of the beats that I expect, because there's a great Guillermo del Toro interview about Pan's Labyrinth where he talked about the difference between predictability and inevitability. And so that's, I always say, if something feels inevitable, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, in fact. That's different than a story being predictable. And uh, but the way it got to certain beats, like, surprised me, and especially, and we'll talk about it later on, but the epilogue of the series surprised me in a beautiful way, and has me now asking questions about, like, what do I think is coming next now versus what I thought just one episode prior.
Yeah.
So yeah, but let's talk about it, because I don't feel any need to move in like strict chronological order or anything. I do want to ask the question right off the bat, like, how are you feeling about the fact that we had all this doom and gloom, and there was this like heavy weight hanging over these characters and the story? Are you as overjoyed as I am that the remaining members of the batch just got away and we got some semblance of a happy ending for those
Of course,
characters?
of course, I am. I'm thrilled that we managed to get to a place where our surviving characters did survive in a way that felt earned, and that they didn't feel the need to up the bloodlust or the body count just for the sake of trying to get us to feel like the stakes were that high. They had done that and put that idea into our minds by showing us that the stakes were real with the end of season 2, and the fact that they were willing permanently, as we now know, to kill off one of the core members of the batch in tech. But that, I think we need to reckon with the fact that, like, once a show makes a decision like that, it sets up a certain expectation dynamic with the audience, kind of made famous by another beloved show of ours, Game of Thrones, with the idea that just because the show is willing to kill off characters, then some audience members are always going to feel, well, that means no one is safe, and who are they going to kill off next? And if they don't kill somebody else off, does that mean that they like chickened out, or the stakes weren't high enough? And that's never been the purpose of killing characters off. Characters die in stories because they've reached a place within their story arc where it makes sense for them to either make that choice or for those consequences to come upon them. And it does not mean that they're doing it just to get a rise out of the audience. Sometimes that's the effect, but that's not the intent. The intent is within the story itself. And for me, it's one of the reasons why I've never been as interested in the what or the when of the plot mechanics, particularly as the show approaches the finale, but in the why and the how. And that thing that you mentioned, the Guillermo del Toro interview where he talked about predictability versus inevitability, I love that, because that is the idea. Like, a story can absolutely be satisfying, even if in your heart of hearts and your logical mind, you kind of know what's going to happen. That's another thing. I don't particularly enjoy the fetishization of surprise. I love it when a story can surprise me, but I don't need a story to surprise me just so I can have that, oh my God, reaction. That's not the way I want my stories to engage with me. I want my stories to feel emotionally authentic. And I feel like a show like The Bad Batch and Game of Thrones and a lot of shows that I've loved over the years have done exactly that. And I think that in this particular case, when it comes to the so-called expectations game and the sense of dread that the audience kind of rightly had about, we're going into this final episode, we know our characters very much are in danger, they're going into an incredibly dangerous place, they could die. Those stakes were real. The fact that none of our main cast did ultimately end up giving their lives in that way is not a case of the show pulling its punches. It's a case of the show, telling us a story that unfolded in such a way that our characters were in danger, they could have died, but there wasn't the right moment when the story felt it needed to just put that hammer down to tell us that this mission had its cost. I think that was clear. And I also think that with our expectations of what the finale was going to be, we have to kind of reckon with, say, with previous animated storytelling. We knew that the Clone Wars, once we got the true ending and not the abbreviated ending, the Clone Wars was always going to end in tragedy because we knew it would intersect with the events of Revenge of the Sith. Yep. And we had Rebels, where Rebels was a much more happy and triumphant ending, but Rebels also had that dynamic that you alluded to earlier. The gang's all going to come back together and they're all going to team up and they're all going to make that big, victory. And there will be some loss. We kind of knew that, for instance, Ezra and Thrawn were going to have to disappear off the map. But it's going to bring all the pieces together, and then we'll get the epilogue that promises the next story. And I think that's kind of what people thought this show would be. This show wound up being much more self-contained than that. And, it was itself a spinoff. It was a kind of, it was a sequel series to The Clone Wars, but it ended up being its own story. It was the show, The Bad Batch. And I know that I approached the finale trying to be as open-minded as possible, but I had expectations. I thought things for sure that were going to happen. One of them, as you alluded to, was like, I was sure that the cavalry arriving was going to be Rex showing up with Hauser and all the other clones, and they were going to be the cavalry that helped. And I'm like, okay, well, you got a budget time for that. And then we'll probably have to link back up with the Sage Ventress to pay off that loose plot thread. And I'm like, but they didn't. They didn't need it. And that, I think, I was glad to know that the show trusted that the relationships that we had with these characters would be enough, and our fear for these characters was well grounded, and what they went through was a real and costly experience, even if they didn't feel the need at the end to take Wrecker from us, for instance. So
yeah, which oh boy, that was they were toying with us there, because the feeling was that I was having several crises before the episode even dropped. I was like, okay, so I'm thinking either everybody, all the batch except for Omega dies, or the batch survives except for Omega and she ends up sacrificing herself, which would have really thrown a wrench in a lot of ideas that we had about what comes after this. And I did not entertain the thought that they would all make it away, but but it feels so earned. And like, and I look back on episodes like episode 5, you know, with the return to oh no, what's the planet? What was the planet's
Barton
name?
4.
Yeah,
The
well, the outpost is what I was thinking. Yeah, um, and the beginning of the healing that starts to take place there between, especially between Crosshair and Hunter. And I remember, you know, all throughout the season, you know, that beat and several other beats felt like, you know, Crosshair is getting, we're being like given the opportunity to witness like the healing of the fracturing before the end of the season when he's going to have to sacrifice himself. But really what we were seeing was the beginning of the healing of the relationships, so that these characters could then like, so we could get the mature story of these characters dealing with the fallout of everything that had transpired, and then getting to move on and, you know, and find their way back to each other. And the thought that, you know, that Crosshair didn't get all moody and decided he was going to go off on his own somewhere after this, the fact that he actually is settled with Hunter and Wrecker and Omega on Pabu is like, it, that just warmed my heart so much. It really, it's, it speaks to like the power of redemption in this world and in the story of Star Wars. And yes, he did some heinous things, but, you know, and no, it doesn't mean like total forgiveness for everything he did, and he probably hasn't forgiven himself for, you know, for things he did. But it is like, it's never too late to make a right decision,
Yeah.
and to change your path. And so it just really made me happy to see that, you know, that it wasn't set up for a sacrifice, you know, that it was really the beginning stages of healing.
Yeah.
And I love that this show chose to tell that story. Uh, and, you know, you mentioned Game of Thrones, and I love Game of Thrones. I adore Game of Thrones, but it did sort of, you know, and not to say that there weren't shows that dabbled in it before Game of Thrones, but it did kind of really kickstart this. You know, if you want to be a real, like, if you want your story to feel real, oh, you got to kill off characters, and you got to do this and that, and the Bad Batch didn't shy away from that. We lost Tech. Um, and not necessarily, and that story didn't play out in the way that a lot of people were expecting to, because I even got fooled into the sort of narrative of oh, Tech is going to come back in some form. You know, I never thought the character as he was simply going to be not dead, but I did fall into all the conversations about, oh, he's going to be brought back as, you know, he's the face behind CX2, or, you know, there was going to be some way of like, you know, the alternate version of Tech. And no, we just, he sacrificed himself. We lost him, and that wasn't done. It was shocking, but it wasn't done for shock value. It was for the very important, you know, purpose of showing that, you know, it's what uh, Wrecker says of, you know, that they all know what they signed up for, and, you know,
Yep.
and that Tech, you know, knew that, and and so do each of them, and that they're in this together, and it set the stage for us to be really worried about all of our characters this season, and especially headed into this finale. And and it did up the stakes for the story, but that doesn't mean that then it's the storyteller's duty to then kill off even more people to make it feel, oh, it's even more gritty and more real. No, it's we lost Tech because he was in a situation where the only way to save his brothers was to sacrifice himself. And that taught us what was at stake for these characters and for the story that they're in. And that's what made us so scared for everybody, throughout the season. Um, and the fact that the rest of them made it out and they actually got to live, out a happy existence. Um, that just reinforces the power of Tech's sacrifice, um, because he didn't die in vain. And it's, yeah, I just, where they went this season, I just found it incredibly emotional and a beautiful ending to this story in a way that I was not expecting. And but it's funny because actually the show has been completely true to itself. I think I projected a lot of things onto this show
Yeah.
when it first started because it did very much like it was born out of this is coming out of the Clone Wars. And it did, and to be fair, it did start off of transforming from the Clone Wars into the Bad Batch. We had the opening that was just like Clone Wars with the voiceover. The logo, changed from the Clone Wars to the Bad Batch, and we did open with a big premiere that felt like a companion film uh, to the final Clone Wars arc. But I kept saying like, oh, it's like that was like Clone Wars season 8, but no, it really never was. It's very quickly the show established itself as telling a story about these characters and also about the world, the galaxy during this time, and that's why we did get other threads that weren't necessarily tied into directly into that central story, but that was, in my opinion, really beautiful world building that I think is going to continue through whatever we get next. It'll be interesting to see like what the time period is, if because I think if it picks up, maybe not after the epilogue of the show, but maybe after the main time frame. I think we'll see a continuation of some things, that were being told in this show. Um, I don't think we've seen the last of Senator Chuchi, and, the threat of, I think Tarkin is going to keep popping up, throughout. And I just love the fact that his whole thing is always like, uh, reallocating as many funds as he can to his personal project. Like that's Tarkin's whole story, and I love it. But yeah, okay. So I've kind of gone on about sort of wide-ranging thoughts about about the season and the show, but
I did just want to say that with respect, like whenever a finale is we're engaging with a finale, we have to kind of recognize that the finale is interacting with us on multiple different levels, and one of them is that it has to service its story and its characters first and foremost. But we would be naive not to acknowledge that there is also kind of a meta conversation going on between the creators and the fans. The idea that we've got you. We're gonna bring this home in a way that you will find this story satisfying. Not necessarily sticking the landing in that loaded sense of the term, but just we're going to complete the mission, as I said. And I think part of the reason that this show in particular has fostered such a strong relationship is one, that it's made us care about the characters so much, but also that clearly the creatives had such a strong relationship with the fans around the show, as Star Wars animation creators and fans often do. And they set things up in such a way where we trusted in them that if they were going to, do something like take a character away from us, they would do so for a reason, and that reason would be emotionally powerful. And one of the reasons I was so anxious about all these characters going into the finale was not because I was just like, they're going to kill off a character just to make us hurt and cry so we feel like, we got our money's worth and our tears worth. I know some people when it comes to watching shows like this, they're just like, I am ready to be hurt. Hurt me. I say I don't want to be hurt, but they actually really want you to hurt me. And I think, no, that's not the dynamic of the show here. What the show was doing was it took all the characters to a place in their emotional arc where it felt like their arcs could theoretically be completed by making the ultimate sacrifice, as Tech did, because Tech's arc in season 2 was very much the idea that I may, process moments and thoughts differently, but that doesn't mean that I feel any less than you. He was always the character who seemed the most, emotionally removed, but he wasn't. He was probably the one who had the greatest, emotional clarity as to what the mission would require. Hey, Walker, and he was willing to make that sacrifice because he loved his family. He loved his brothers and his sister. And so when they found themselves in a situation where the only way for them to survive was for him to give up his own life, he did. And I felt like they brought all the characters to a kind of a similar place with that dynamic. Like, we just mentioned how we were so afraid for Wrecker. The reason I was afraid for Wrecker after seeing him get, mauled from the Dryax and it becoming clear that he was not shaking it off was when he's like, I'm fine. And Crosser's like, no, you're not. Where I found that, powerful was the sense of that line that you referred to, where Wrecker, who has always been the most boisterous and the most excited and the most, I'm kicking ass with my squad of ultimate badass brothers and sister, he had the emotionally grounded line of, we've always known the risks. And that told me that Wrecker is approaching this mission knowing, hey, this isn't fun and games. We're here for a reason. And I'm willing to keep going and push myself to the point where I might give my life for this. So I was worried for him. We were obviously very worried for Crosshair because he had kind of been on the more classical Star Wars redemption arc of having, made poor choices and ending up a kind of part of the evil regime. He saw the light, he made a better choice, he found his way back, but he was clearly traumatized by it. And the fact that he was able to live on meant that we were always waiting for him to make that moment where this is how I, make up for my sins. And so we were wondering if that would be what his fate. And ultimately, they found another way to resolve that story. And Echo was not in this season very much, but he came back in a big way these final episodes, and I became extraordinarily concerned about him because they really reminded us just how much Echo had suffered at the hands of being an experiment, of people seeing the clones as things to be discarded and used and thrown away when they were no longer useful. And he made it his mission to ensure that no clones would have to suffer that fate that he suffered at the hands of the Techno Union. And what better way for him to have, possibly, ensured that, hey Jess, ensured that fate than for him to give his life to destroy Tantus. Ultimately, they fulfilled that story without him having to sacrifice himself. And then Hunter, of course, being he was always the clone who was the most, like a father to Omega, which is why it's so imperative that he be the one who has that moment at the end. But, we've seen this story a lot of times, the idea that, the father figure will give their life to ensure that the next generation lives on. And ultimately, that didn't have to be the story, because they took those characters to those points, but they found a way to have those characters fulfill those arcs without them having to necessarily die in the process. But it still felt like they were willing to make the choice to do that. And if that moment had come, they would have done so without hesitation. So the fact that they didn't ultimately have to pay the cost and we got the happy ending, it still felt very earned to me, because the emotional journey of the characters was complete. Death does not have to be the punctuation mark. It can be the exclamation point. But in this case, I found the way that they chose to resolve, in particular, Hunter and Crosshair's emotional arcs, as well as Omega's and Echoes and Wreckers, to be incredibly satisfying and true to the characters as a whole. And we did end up having we'll talk about this more later, but we had the one character who I was certain, the one heroic character who I was certain was not going to make it out of the finale alive, was Nala Se. And I found that was a case of, like, yes, that character's story probably needed to end that way. But for the rest, their emotional journeys were fulfilled without necessarily.
Talk about a character that has gone on quite a journey from where she started, to the point where, like, at her end, I was feeling mixture of, like, sadness, pride, and admiration, and fist pumping. I love that she gets the better of Rampart, who doesn't even get to finish his thought. It's like, it's that he got exactly what he deserved.
Oh, we're going to set aside at least a dedicated 10-minute section of this stream just to Rampart, because my God, was he such a delight in these last 4 episodes.
I do want to mention, like, I can sometimes forget, like, how much we've been through with Echo.
Yeah.
But then it all came flooding back in these final episodes, and it's like, there's my boy. There's the survivor.
There's the ARC trooper.
But it's like the survivor of Domino Squad, and like, he continues to carry the torch for his fallen brothers, and just to see him then like making that plea to the other clones, and and he gets his big the big speech moment of the rally the troops, and it's so great, and I love that he is still continuing on, that we get to the end of the finale, and there's that nod between him and the rest of the batch, like, that they're going to get to settle on Pabu and have their happy ending, but the mission continues for Echo, I don't know for how long that continues. We don't see him in Rebels. That doesn't mean anything. That we've been down that road before. He could still be out there doing his thing. But it just fills me with so much pride. And I do also like, and this is why, like, my thoughts are way too rambling and all over the place, that, like, we will sort of talk about the beats of the episodes, but I love the fact that something we talked about very early on with this show was, like, a lot of the conversation was around, when is Hunter going to get his head on straight? When is he going to realize that he has to join the fight? And, like, that never was his story.
No.
It was about keeping his family safe. But in the process of doing that, um, like the Bad Batch, not with, Rex and the other clones coming to the rescue, the Bad Batch goes to Tantus, and in the process of, going to save Omega, they save the clones and they stop, the Empire's experiments. And um, and that didn't require them to, except for Echo, of course, to quote unquote join up and like abandon what they had set themselves to. I think that's a very beautiful and wonderful path for the story to take, that they remain true to their objective of looking after one another and keeping their squad safe, and in the process they actually end up saving the day. I love that that's where we ended up.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is a testament to the show's emotional maturity and its trust in the audience that it told that story about Hunter learning not only that, they how to protect his family, but also to that he can't just be devoted solely to protecting his family. He needs to care about the larger mission. He can care about the rest of the clones as well, and it told that story without necessarily ever giving us the hammer moment where it was clear to the audience, okay, now Hunter has learned the lesson in this moment and is going to declare for the audience that used to only care about my squad mates and particularly Omega, but now I care about all the clones. That story happened, but we just started to hear in his dialogue that when Hunter was saying that they were going to find their way back to Tantus, he was just saying to get all of our brothers, and the show just trusted us as the audience to pick that up, and it did that for all the characters. I would say that obviously the character who got probably the most upfront, in our face, obvious emotional arc over the course of this particular season was Crosshair. And his story was incredibly powerful, not only in this season, but across the entire show. But those moments were also incredibly subtle in the way that it showed, for instance, his dynamic with the other clones and with his brothers. They didn't necessarily feel the need after that initial kind of confrontation in the return to show us constantly that, okay, Crosshair is still working through his trauma, or Crosshair is now, he's still on uneasy footing with his brothers. We could see that in the emotional dynamics between the two, but this show continued to tell its larger narrative story, and it gave us hints. Obviously, a visual cue in the form of Crosshair's hand tremor, that they resolved in an unexpected way, I shall say, although given Star Wars, perhaps the most expected way. But I think that it was a testament to the fact that this show had an emotional maturity to it that some people would not have expected from an animated show, but if they've watched Star Wars animation before, they should have hopefully understood that it was capable of something like this.
Yeah, and we did. I mentioned this quickly before, but yeah, it's sort of great that they put a halt on Project Necromancer and severely crippled it, and and they don't even know beyond what little information Emery gives them, and I do love that moment between her and Echo, where she says, Project Necromancer, and he's like, I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, and but
because it does sound like, and it is like that's part of we always talk about there's the pulpy side of Star Wars, and the fact that sounds like exactly like what it is, to steal once again, we do this a lot still from like Force Center. I think it was Joseph that said this, like yes, it is project for the evil space wizard to bring himself back to life, and it sounds exactly like that, and in the face of that, Echo just be like, okay. Yeah, I love it.
It is fantastic, and I totally agree with Walker and the idea that the clones managed to destroy the thing that Palpatine cares about most in the entire galaxy, which is his own power and the ability to wield it forever through this unnatural means of dark science and cloning and secrets only the Sith knew. And they don't even realize that they were doing it because what they cared about was saving their brothers. And in particular, there ended up being a little bit of an unexpected grace note to that for me in the way that they wrapped up that particular side of the story, because yes, the clones attack Mount Tantus, and the clones are ultimately the catalyst for burning down Mount Tantus, and they had been tools of the Empire. Palpatine saw them as a means to an end, and then they ended up taking from him the thing that he most desires. But there was an unexpected twist to it, in that the person who actually had their finger on the thermal detonator that literally blew up Palpatine's plans in that way wound up being Nala Se, who was another character, a member of a race, the Kaminoans, that Palpatine and the Empire decided, we don't need them anymore. We are going to take what they have, that we're going to take their power, we're going to make it ours, and I'm going to use it for my ends, and these people are just collateral damage. And Nala Se, one of the very last of her kind, had the line where she, said, I'm going to, can't let my science fall into the Empire's hands, will be used for these evil ends, but also because it was never theirs. My work will never belong to you or the Empire. It will always be Kaminoan. And the fact that she says that, a culmination of her character arc, and also the small grace note where she learns to value the lives of the clones herself after being so cruel to Fives and the others in the Clone Wars, when she won't let Omega go with her to make that sacrifice. She says, no, your place is with them. This is my mission. And she completes it. And it becomes a delicious sense of irony that if Palpatine hadn't been so afraid of letting someone else have that power, that he had to have it for himself, so he wiped out the Kaminoans, he ends up finding himself in a place where one of the last Kaminoans takes that secret from him forever, and he will spend the next 50 years looking for it, trying to get it back, and he can't, because it was knowledge that he never had and was never supposed to have. And it means that his clones they won't work. This unnatural way that he was seeking to prolong his life and live beyond and live on past death. His dark science doesn't work because he put himself in a position through his greed and his short-sightedness where he lost the science, and so he was left with a lot more of the freaky magic stuff. And I just found that such a delicious sense of irony and a absolutely beautiful grace note for the way that this story tied into the larger mystery around Project Necromancer, which we know will continue. But in this case, the fact that it was the clones and Nala Se who got to say, no, we're taking this from you after everything you took from us, so incredibly satisfying, and it makes the entire saga richer for me.
Yeah. And as and I'm not going to say that I as sort of vindicating as it feels. I'm not going to say that I was one of those who always 100% loved Attack of the Clones back when it came out. I've always had certain issues with the movie, but one of the things that I never had any issues with, and I always loved from day one, was the story of the Kaminoans, and that whole side of the story with Obi-Wan investigating, the clone army and all the stuff with Jango Fett and all that. I just thought that was amazing storytelling and world building. And so to see what has been done with that over the years, and to the point where, and I thought that the destruction of Camino was like the emotional culmination of all that, but I almost feel like now it's become this moment, because it's the ultimate victory of the Kaminoans over Palpatine.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just it's so wonderful. Yeah, no, and my appreciation of Attack of the Clones has grown over the years. And this isn't. We'll have a more in-depth conversation about the prequels next week when we have our Phantom Menace 25th anniversary stream. But small quibbles with with a couple of the films aside, and for the record, I unabashedly adore the Phantom Menace, every little frame of it, and I will very much enjoy getting to talk about that next year. But what I was going to say was, like, what cannot be understated is the gifts that the prequel trilogy gave us, like, continue to like grow in stature, and so for that reason alone, like there's always been a massive sense of, what was gifted to us was supremely underrated, um and the storytelling that we got across, not only those films but the Clone Wars especially, and then what continued on with Rebels, and now the Bad Batch, and into the live action storytelling that we're getting now. It's like some of the richest, storytelling and gifts that we've been given have sprouted from the prequels. And it just, yeah, my appreciation for not just the films themselves, but the world building and God, I'm trying to think of the word I'm trying to use. Like, there was so much that was unlocked thanks to those films, and I think we've seen I think we've seen the fruit that's been born out of that, especially with this show. And yeah, it's so yeah, I just think it's all wonderful, and I have loved especially getting to spend more time with the Kaminoans over the course of this show, and it's been so extremely rewarding.
Yeah. They are part of a legacy that the final chapter of them had not been written once from Attack of the Clones. I love their introduction in that movie. There's such a cool sci-fi aesthetic to it. Attack of the Clones might be the pulpiest of all the Star Wars movies, which is one of the reasons that I love it. And spoiler alert, we're going to be talking about Attack of the Clones too, probably in a couple of weeks. But in particular, what I love about I've always adored the prequels as, movies and individual stories, but I've often said that the prequel era of Star Wars has been my favorite Star Wars era because it is so incredibly rich in terms of all the world building elements and the character stories that it sets up that make this galaxy feel big. Because the original trilogy, as phenomenal as it is ultimately a story that, is focused on a relatively small group of characters. And I once that story was completed, and it seemed like that was all there would ever be, the prequels did something remarkable, which was it said there's an entire galaxy out there, and we're not just going to go back and show you Anakin and Obi-Wan and Padme. We're going to show you worlds and creatures and aliens and people who you never thought would have this emotional power to you, but now they do. And one of those aspects, in addition to the Kaminoans, was the clones themselves, because within Attack of the Clones, we in the movie we get the sense that it's this monumental culmination of a mystery that had been set up in the very first Star Wars movie, of the idea of the Clone Wars. And this is what they are. Here are the soldiers who are fighting in that war. And we also kind of start to get the lore connections of like, oh, they're basically the proto-stormtroopers, aren't they? And knowing that Palpatine is manipulating this whole conflict to create his own rise to power and bring about the Empire, there's that hammer moment at the end of episode 2 where Yoda quite somberly says, victory? No, this wasn't a victory. The shroud of the dark side has fallen, begun, the Clone Wars have. And then we have that incredible shot where we see Palpatine and the senators overlooking all these clones who are being loaded into ships and sent off to fight battles. And it's treated rightly as a very ominous moment, because this seemed like a victory for Palpatine, and it ultimately is. But these later, and then of course the clones become the instrument that largely brings about the end of the Jedi via Order 66, and so they become tragic figures in that way. But what the clones themselves really build into is that thing that people always talk about in the very first episode of the Clone Wars, first proper episode after the movie, where the episode Ambush, where Yoda talks to the clones and he's like, you are unique individuals in the Force. You may come from the same genetic template, but you are your own people. You can make your own choices. You have your own value. And the Clone Wars showed us that, and the Bad Batch showed us that. And ultimately what it reaffirms in resounding fashion was, while the Clone Wars themselves may have been a tragedy, the creation of the clones was not. These are beautiful and unique and specific people who were brought into the galaxy, and while some of them unfortunately were compelled to make choices that were tragic and, cause hurt and suffering, that was not the choice that ultimately most of them made. Most of them, given the choice, they chose to be better. They were like Rex, Cody, Hauser, our Bad Batch. They all were like, this is not who we are.
And one of my favorite plot points of this series has been the fact that, yes, Order 66 worked in the sense that it triggered the clones and they carried out the order, but it didn't work as well as it was supposed to. Yeah. The fact that the clones' innate humanity started to break through after a time. And that wasn't supposed to happen. It's like, as soon as they're activated, they're supposed to be just completely loyal soldiers. And this is the whole reason why Palpatine ends up, phasing them out, because their innate humanity is too strong. And, and they reflect, their Jedi, comrades too much, and it's theirs is a very tragic story, but it's also a beautiful story about sort of they were used, but their humanity still couldn't be contained. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, with this story, we see how some of them, make it out to a better life, but then some don't. There's, we see that clone trooper in Obi-Wan Kenobi, and, and he's not alone. So it is a very sad and tragic story in a lot of ways. And but I will say just one thing about Attack of the Clones. Then I'll save the rest of those thoughts for when we do that stream in a couple weeks. Um, back when the movie came out, I was so caught up in the why they CG all these clone troopers? Why couldn't they get actual like actors and costumes and stuff like that? But then what I found myself feeling after all these years had passed, a couple of years ago, we did a watch party for Attack of the Clones in our Slack group. Um, and our good friend Mary was hanging out more in the Slack at that time, and they're a big Star Wars fan, uh, and and so we were watching that, and I remember uh, both of us at the same time, like when the clones descend down into the arena, like we both went crazy, and I typed in capital letters like, ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Army of the Republic.
Yeah.
And it just, there's so much extra weight and emotional resonance now looking back on that film, as well as Revenge of the Sith, just because what the clones are has changed for us so much. And I think that watch party may have even been uh, before the Bad Batch hit, because I think we were still in the midst of the final season of Clone Wars, and uh, and so just by getting to know them over the course of like Clone Wars and Rebels too, it taught us like that there's so much to these characters, and so I find myself watching those battle sequences in Attack of the Clones, and where teenage me was like, it's too much visual effects, so why can they? Now I watch it and I'm just like, I love these guys, just show me more of them kicking ass. And it's such an emotional connection that is just so beyond what I ever imagined. And that is just the victory of, the story that has been told for these characters, particularly across Star Wars animation. Um, yeah, it's just incredible. I do want to bring us back over to more, to these final episodes of the Bad Batch in particular. But you know what? Let's pause real quick, because that's a good place to pause, and we'll do the mid roll. Um, as we've alluded to, next week we're going to be celebrating the 25th anniversary of The Phantom Menace, which both of us just recently got to go see in the theater, for its anniversary. And that was surreal, I will say, when that 20th Century Fox logo hit, and then the Star Wars logo, and that opening crawl in particular, I was like, oh my God, I feel like a 15-year-old again. And so it was just so great to see that. So gonna have a lot of fun, diving back into all the memories and all the feelings about the Phantom Menace next week. I guess we have to talk about what we're doing the week after that, right?
Well, yeah, we that specific week, yes, because we have a couple of different ideas. We had kind of tentatively slotted the next film in the Before trilogy to that slot before sunset, but we might give that a little bit more time before we revisit it.
Because I do feel like I want to switch gears a little bit to since we didn't do anything last week. I want to make sure that we sort of do a variety of different stuff. So we'll talk about what we'll discuss the week after next. But then the week following that, we know what we're going to do, because it'll be our Attack of the Clones discussion. I think you can see where this is headed. I don't think we'll continue the every other week thing for, I don't think we'll be rushing right into all of the Star Wars films, but I think we had kind of agreed to definitely do the prequel films together, and then we'll figure out from there. Maybe take a little bit of a break, and then we'll head into the original trilogy. And there was question at one point about whether we were going to start with the original trilogy, but the 25th anniversary of the Phantom Menace was just it was too hard to pass up. So that's where we're starting, and I'm perfectly happy because if I'm honest with myself, like, and not just being afraid of what people will say, like, as far as, like, at least, like, you know what, I'm not going to qualify it. I'm just going to say across all of them, like, the Phantom Menace is, like, you know, if it's not my favorite of all the films, it's at least like my favorite experience of seeing a Star Wars film in the theaters. It's kind of hard for me to pick like a favorite of all the films, because it's gone through so many different like parts of my life, and so like there's part of me that, like, growing up, I would have always said Return of the Jedi is like my favorite Star Wars movie. And then I went through a more, mature phase where I was like, oh, but Empire Strikes Back is clearly the best. And it's an extraordinary film, and most people say it is like their favorite for a reason. It's just amazing. But then I saw the Phantom Menace, and from like day one, I was like, this is like one of the greatest things I've ever seen, and we're going to talk a lot about like my feelings seeing that movie in the theater, um yeah, no. So I unabashedly love that movie, and if you got a problem with that, I don't care. So we're going to have a lot of fun talking about that next week.
Yeah, and I will be right there with you in the wholehearted adoration of the Phantom Menace because, fans of this channel know Star Wars is probably my single most beloved ongoing story. I have immense affection for all of it. I obviously love the original trilogy. I have been unabashed and unapologetic in my full-throated adoration of the sequel trilogy and all the shows. But in my heart of hearts, I am ultimately, given my age and the time I first saw it, I am ultimately what I would call a prequel kid. I just turned 10 the first time I saw the Phantom Menace for the first time. It was one of the formative and most important movie-going experiences of my entire life. I always loved it. I never wanted to hide it. I never did, honestly, even during a time when that seemed to be, less socially acceptable to say how much you love a movie like The Phantom Menace or any of the prequel films. But as we prequel kids have started to, come into our adult years and are now have a little bit more of a louder voice, we're kind of pushing back on the idea that, like the older a certain segment of an older generation that thought that they had put that movie aside in the trash forever, and now they are looking back and realizing, oh no, there's an entire generation of fans who are going to reclaim that movie. And if you are not willing to at least accept that they love it, even if you never will, then you will be washed away by the tide of history, because keeping people down like that never works out well.
And guess what? Ray did an assload of money at the box office.
Yes, indeed.
It's interesting that after all these years, and after, oh my God, it's everybody agrees it's a horrible movie, yet somehow a lot of people were very anxious to go back and see it in theaters again. Strange that. But yeah, no. So we're gonna be heaping a whole bunch of praise and love on that movie next week, and then we'll let you know what comes up the week after that. But then stay tuned for the week following that for Attack of the Clones. Okay, so you have anything else before we dive back in?
Nope, I'm sure we'll circle back at the end. But for now, I'm ready to delve back into the Bad Batch.
I will just say, like, a big part of why I adore the Phantom Menace so much is Qui-Gon Jinn. He, like, before Ahsoka Tano came around, I like it was unquestionable that Qui-Gon Jinn was my favorite Star Wars character ever, and and now it's settled into like those two characters sharing the title for me, but yeah, there doesn't need to be competition. Uh, so let's dive back in. I want to sort of like backtrack. We've talked about a lot, about the episodes overall, but sort of going back to the first of these episodes, Juggernaut. It feels like a really easy way into talking about a lot of this episode is simply to talk about the joy that was brought to us in these final episodes from an unlikely source, and that is Vice Admiral Rampart, or former Vice Admiral Rampart. I did not expect that we were getting we were getting this character back of all characters. Like, who are we gonna bring back in? Maybe are we gonna get Sid back for a redemption arc? Are we gonna get maybe Hera will come back? We got her in the first season. No, you get Rampart, and and oh my god, it was just a joy, and his arrival in this episode came packaged in just a wonderful like throwback episode to like you know like the old days of the batch. They don't have tech, so like and that's what sort of casts a shadow over this episode. As fun as it is it's like it is sort of like the old days of the batch going on missions and stuff, but there's definitely something missing there.
Yeah.
And so but in the midst of that, they go and rescue Rampart, which feels like strangely nostalgic.
Oh, it does. Because he is like, I mean, it is a fun trope for a lot of shows like this, for them to take a character who was once the big bad of the show and introduce him to us in a new context. And that, even though he never quite felt like the overwhelming threat to our heroes that perhaps some villains might, because he is ultimately more of a bureaucratic kind of guy. Vice Admiral Rampart was the Bad Batch's primary villain in many respects, other than just the General Empire itself, for the first season and a half of the show. And the fact that they kind of brilliantly took him off the board at pretty much the exact midpoint of the show, in that excellent season two-parter of the Clone Conspiracy and Truth and Consequences, felt like a very satisfying end for his character, because he was so very much wrapped up in the politics and the idea that he was, creating something that was indispensable to the Empire. And then Palpatine was like, actually, it's going to be expeditious in this moment for me to throw you under the bus. So that's it for you. It doesn't matter what you've done for me before. And if we had never seen Rampart again, I would have found that to be a satisfying end for his character. And ultimately, this show did not feel the need to go back and tie up every loose character, that we, had ever seen throughout the show. But in this case, they ended up finding a brilliant way to work him back into the story, because he was a character who was ultimately always selfish above all else. His beliefs might align with the Empire's, but he's not necessarily a true believer in the Empire in the sense that, like, Palpatine is my god and I shall do whatever he asks. He is very much like, The Empire is a way for me to get what I want, which is power, respect, and authority, and so I will use it. And then eventually they toss him aside, and then when but he has a piece of knowledge. Like,
well, I want to pause right there just because I find it especially delicious that this is yet, even though you wouldn't expect anything else of Palpatine, but this is yet another example of Palpatine unknowingly shooting himself in the foot.
Yeah.
It's because, like, the minute someone is no longer of use to him, or they're of more use to, sort of scapegoat, he will toss them aside. And if he doesn't do that to Rampart, then this final act of the show never happens, because he's their key into Tantus. So I just love the fact that so much of what undoes Palpatine is of his own making.
Yeah.
I just find that so delicious.
Yeah, well, Luke said it all the way back in Return of the Jedi. Your overconfidence is your weakness. Palpatine thought he was untouchable, and ultimately the only person who was truly indispensable to the Empire is supposedly the Emperor himself. And that ultimately proves to be his great fall more than once. But in particular for Rampart, what I loved so much about them bringing him back into the story in this way was it fit the logical needs of the plot. We had established just how difficult it was going to be to get to Tantus. We now have only 4 episodes left. There's got to be a way that they haven't tried yet that could feasibly lead us to a way there after the efforts to just track the shuttle to Tantus failed. And the fact that Crosshair knew that Rampart knows where Tantus might be, but had been holding back on that information because he was like, this is a last resort. Rampart's not trustworthy. But then, just introducing Rampart back into the way, he could have been just a purely antagonistic character. He could have been like, you clones are horrible. You brought me down. I'm going to betray you the first chance I get. And that would have been a valid use of his character. But what they did with him was so much better.
I do love that, like, speaking of his attitude towards the clones, the fact that the way he says, I hate clones.
Oh,
it's just like so much gold. Like, I never would have guessed that, like, and to be clear, he ends his character ends in a very dark, well-deserving place, and a very serious story beat. But up until the finale, everything with him is just pure comedic gold, and it works so beautifully.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic opportunity to shout out his voice actor, Noshir Dalal, who has done voices across several Star Wars projects, including the Jedi Survivor video game that I really love, as Bo the Kuna. But in particular, as Rampart, he got to play a haughty Imperial and deliciously evil in that way. But then we get to see a different side of him in this aspect, but he's still fundamentally the same character, and he gets to put that haughtiness and that kind of self-interest to use in a way that is not only entertaining and emotionally resonant, but ultimately proves to be very thematically important with the choice, or rather his refusal to make a better choice at the end. But he's also, let's just say it up front, the man is hilarious in these episodes. And I would I will have to watch the show back to identify what my single favorite joke or funniest moment across the entire show is. But I can guarantee you, the number one leading contender right now is from the following episode, Into the Breach, when they're talking to him about the plan to infiltrate the orbital station, and Echo tosses that uniform at him, and Rampart's like, I can't wear this. It's a captain's uniform. I was a vice admiral. And Echo's like, well, you've been demoted. But
in spite of that, then he gets he gets onto the station, and he gets to order this guy around, and the first thing he says is, "Oh, I've missed this."
Yes.
So even as a captain, it's
Yeah.
giving him some joy.
Oh yeah, no, he holds on to every little bit of power, but that's the thing. Like he could have just been very much, if he was more of a true believer in the Empire, he would have been looking to sell the batch out the first chance he got. But he's an opportunist. He was like, he's very much like, you need something from me. Okay, well then I'm gonna get something I want. Get me off this planet, out of this Imperial labor camp. And
And
then
he's actually really smart
yeah,
in that scene, because when Crosshair is like, uh, Tantus, tell us where it is, and and like, he's very like calm and calculated, because he could have easily like stupidly blurted out, nobody knows where Tantus is, but he takes a step out and he's like, ah, yes, Tantus. And how much is that information worth? So, like, he doesn't acknowledge that he knows how to get there,
yeah,
but he knows that he still has information that'll be of use to them, and so he's not really saying anything there, but he's definitely negotiating, and he knows he has, like, he's in the position to negotiate, even though Crosshair says that he's not. He's like, I disagree,
yes,
and he's absolutely right in that moment.
yep.
Um,
and
yeah,
and he like it makes sense to his character as well, because he was also always very much kind of a political creature in his earlier appearances in the Bad Batch. He had kind of a dynamic with Tarkin and Masamita, where we saw that he actually, and Senator Chuchi as well, where we could see that, like, this isn't one of those Imperials who is just like smash everything with a hammer, take everything what he wants. Rampart is actually a pretty shrewd guy, or as he says in deliciously comedic and hilarious fashion, I didn't make it to Vice Admiral on looks alone. And he actually knows how to maneuver within the Empire and how to get what he wants. And so he actually is, once he's now a little bit more out for himself, he actually is surprisingly helpful to the batch. I was like, even though he hasn't really changed, I kept waiting from the moment they introduced him, like, okay, when's Rampart going to sell them out? When is he going to betray them? Ultimately, he never really does. I mean, at the end, he makes a very selfish choice, but it ends up working out for the batch just fine.
well, the thing is, because it's not until the end that he has a card to play with the Empire. Up until that point, he knows the Empire screwed him.
Yeah.
And so he's got no reason whatsoever to show any loyalty to them, because this is a very selfish character. He's going to do whatever is in his best interest. Like, that's his entire personality. That's why, like, he's got a lot of character flaws, but like one of the most glaring ones is that he doesn't understand the concept of, like, like a code of honor, or like brotherly, like a loyalty amongst, your fellow soldier. And so, like, right from the beginning of the show, it's like he's had total disdain for the clones, because everything that they stand for and represent is something that he has no understanding of whatsoever. And so that's his big, and so one of his big issues is that he just doesn't understand why clones behave the way that they do, and therefore he doesn't recognize the value in them. And that's why, like, his whole thing has been about phasing out the clones.
Yeah.
And so, but he's in a position where it wouldn't do him any good to sell them out either, because as Hunter says, remember, the Empire betrayed you and put you in prison. We broke you out. And so he has no reason whatsoever to sell them out. He's not happy about the situations that they're dragging him into, but he literally has no other option.
Yeah.
So, and it's not until he sees the opportunity to gain valuable information that then he can use to get back into the Empire's good graces. Like, that's when, you know, he has something that he thinks he can use, and that's when he switches back over to being, you know, in his mind, like, not even a man of the Empire, a man of himself, but he wants to get back in with the Empire. But up until then, like, there's no foreseeable way for him to do that. So he might as well throw in with the badge.
Yeah, no, I mean,
So
he is a man who clearly understands power dynamics and specifically how they work within this authoritarian regime of the empire. So he is not ultimately going to just throw himself back at the empire's mercy. He needs a bargaining chip. One moment that I found myself thinking about a lot once Rampart came back into the story was actually the moment in the season 2 two-part premiere when, after the Bad Batch raids Sereno and Rampart comes, and he had believed that the Batch died in the bombing of Camino, and it becomes clear that's not the case, and he's like, oh, this is going to look bad for me if this comes out. So he tells the clone Wilco to falsify the report. And Wilco's like, sir, I will not falsify an official report. And then Rampart's like, that's okay, I will. And then he shoots and kills him. And that was a dynamic that you actually, like, you hadn't really quite seen that before, in the sense that you're like, this is a guy who clearly knows that he is, like, he's doing things not because he's, like, out of ego, but just out of the sense of, like, this is what you have to do as a political animal to survive in the empire. You show us any sign of weakness or a lack incompetence or lack of value, you're going to be tossed onto the heap. And ultimately, he still is, in the delicious sense of irony, because he does everything Palpatine wants, and then Palpatine realizes, oh, in this moment it's more expeditious for me to throw Rampart under the bus. But the lesson that Rampart learns from that is, of course, is basically, don't go back to Palpatine unless you have something that he can't turn away, because there isn't actually one scene that I wasn't expecting us to get, but I was delighted that we got in the finale, was our two big villains of the Bad Batch facing off between Rampart.
I was just about to mention it, because that spells everything out right there, where that's, I think, where it sort of, that scene builds into Rampart's ending, which is with now I'm losing track of our villains' names.
Hemlock.
Hemlock.
No.
Where Hemlock says, I'm
indispensable.
Indispensable, like, which is hilarious. Like, the fact that any Star Wars villain who works for Palpatine would think that they're indispensable. It's just like, you just want to shake your head at them, and it's like, dude, you don't get it, do you? And it's funny that, like, it shows how, like, dispensable he really is at the end. Like, he's not even, like, you know, his discarding after death comes not even from Palpatine, but from Tarkin. So great. Like, Tarkin's a despicable person, but I do really enjoy how, like, so many other, like, Imperials, like, fall before him, because it feels good, but also it feels like we're, like, but then I also take great joy in the ultimate, in Tarkin's ultimate fate, because, like, he's so arrogant, and that arrogance is his undoing. Like, because eventually, you know, he's on the Death Star, and he's like, evacuate in a moment of triumph, and it's like, I'm so glad that, like, that overconfidence, you know, is his undoing as well. But anyway, so yeah, it's a great scene between Hemlock and Rampart, and one of the most fascinating things about Hemlock is, and I think somebody alluded to it earlier in the chat, where they thought that it felt like Hemlock had the upper hand because he's so reserved and cool under pressure.
Mhm.
But but because of that, I feel like he's like it almost starts. Then you start to see the cracks, and it starts like boiling underneath until finally he realizes that shit, I don't have a handle
Yeah.
on what's happening, because it's like he keeps that aura of like having everything under his control right in up until the very last moment, and then it's um when he realizes he's trapped, that's when his frustration really comes out. So yeah, I mean, this show had no shortage of wonderful villains,
Yeah.
and so to get that scene between the two of them was really satisfying.
Yeah. And just like, I mean, it's just a fun dynamic because Rampart is actually kind of needling Hemlock there with the one thing that he thinks will get under Hemlock's skin, and then Hemlock throws the thing back at Rampart that basically like, you were just a dispensable piece, but clearly I'm not. And you can see that like no one in the Empire actually like likes each other. They're all like just out for themselves, and they're all looking to one up one another. And we see that with Tarkin before and later. And like in the previous scene, like the last time Hemlock and Tarkin had their conversation, Hemlock was lording it over Tarkin, where Tarkin's like, "You want all this money, and like what are you even using it for?" And Hemlock's like, "Oh, I'm afraid." And because he's indispensable. But then once he loses control of his base, and Tarkin calls back, it's like, "I hear you've lost control of your Zillo base, and your base is being overrun. The Emperor is most concerned." And I'm like, "I have it under control." And he's like, "We shall see. I'm going to show up there with my fleet." And then, of course, Hemlock's dead by the time he arrives. But no one's shedding a tear for these guys. It's ultimately all a power game to them. And what is delightful about Hemlock in particular is he's been kind of a unique and fascinating villain in Star Wars, particularly as portrayed by the brilliant Jimmy Simpson, because as kind of the evil scientist with the political edge, he and is a very soft-spoken, very dangerous man, clearly, but not necessarily the big physical threat that some of the other villains might be. He has represented an idea that of not only the idea of like of the indispensability of his idea of indispensability versus ultimately his lack of being able to back that up. It's the fact that he has been the face for the last season and a half of what it means to treat the clones as disposable and as like property, and to strip away their agency and their identity, and to like ultimately like through what he does with the CX troopers and tries to do to the Bad Batch and is trying to do with Omega, he ultimately views the clones as his pawns. But this is where his power comes from, because ultimately the thing that gives him his value to the Emperor is the fact that he's the one who can unlock this secret of immortality for him. But to do that, what does he need? He needs the clones, he needs Omega. These things that he thought were just disposable assets to him, they end up being his undoing, because they actually do have agency. And once they start to chip away at his illusions that he can just break them down and view them as interchangeable assets, that's when we finally see his icy, smug facade start to crack. And then, of course, he gets one of the, I think, and we'll talk about it in more detail, one of the best death scenes in recent Star Wars history. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, it is like something like incredibly Western about
Yeah.
his death scene, like a glorious shootout, which also culminates with Crosshair's story across the season. And you alluded to earlier, like, it being sort of an unexpected resolution to the story of Crosshair's, hand tremors. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Jamie Lannister treatment. It, and it's like, and there was something very like creepy about that because obviously part of what's causing his hand tremors is and we sort of see a bit of it when the batch is thrown in, to be conditioned, and like, and they're convulsing, and like their hands are jerking up against like the restraints and stuff, and so we figure probably has something to do with that. But also there's this feeling of, it's almost like this, where the hand almost knows that it's going to be chopped off at some point. And so it's almost like it's that sort of, it's like a phantom wound in reverse,
Yeah.
um, uh, yeah, it's, I like, it was chilling, but also kind of, I thought it was rather amazing. And then symbolically how the you could argue that, okay, it's not great for anybody to lose a hand, I'm sure, and certainly there's some trauma that comes with that. But at the same time, he was already suffering from trauma, and the CX trooper actually may have done him a favor in the long run by sort of removing that. In a way, you can look at it that way. And we'd have to find out exactly how Crosshair felt about losing the hand, but it does seem like, but the way we see it play out, that almost does steady him in a way, having that taken away. Um, and yeah, it's that whole final shootout scene is just so wonderful. The way it culminates, not just the story of Crosshair's trauma, but the emotional story of the relationship, between him and Hunter, him and Omega, and it's just great. And like you said, it's just a really great death for Hemlock, because sometimes you do just want to see the bad guy get killed in a shootout.
Yeah. No, the only thing that would have made Hemlock's death better is if after he fell off the bridge, the Zilla Beast was waiting under there to catch his body and eat it as he fell. But in particular, the reason that scene on the rainy catwalk and that leads to Hemlock's death at the hands of Hunter and Crosshair and Omega, it's my favorite scene in this entire magnificent finale, and it is more ultimately to do not only with Hemlock but with Crosshair, and how the show specifically resolves his emotional trauma and his relationship with the two members of his squad who have been probably the most instrumental, which is Hunter, the one who he's had the most friction with as the squad leader since the beginning of this show, and Omega, who is the one who effectively pulled him back to the light. Because when, as he says before they enter the Tantus base, he doesn't want to go back to Tantus. His hand tremor is very much a psychological manifestation of that, but he feels like he has to do it, because he owes Omega for not leaving him behind. But then he also kind of feels like, I'm probably supposed to die here. And
yeah, well, that it is one of the like best scenes in the finale. Just and we touched on it a bit before, but yeah, that moment between him, Hunter, and Wrecker, just and it almost teases us with he's sending them back to message Rex, and it's like, oh, this is how they're all going to come into the finale. But no, that's not where we're headed. Where he's like, I'll go in alone. This is what I deserve. And Hunter is like, don't even think about, uh,
Plan 99.
Plan 99, which Jennifer Corbett like ruthlessly teased people on Twitter that was a word that was going to be in the finale. It's like we and then there's the whole thing of we go in together. We know the risks. Tech knew it, and it's so I like that he gets taken to that point of being willing to sacrifice himself and feeling like that's he's been watching the show too. He feels like this is what his character arc has led him to. But then his brothers, tell him no, that's not the way this is gonna go. We're either it's they're all in. Either they all make it through or none of them will, and and they're on board with that.
Yeah, and another line in that scene where Crosshair, as he's trying to convince his brothers, to let him go in alone, he has the line, "Clone Force 99 died with Tech. We're not that squad anymore," which is a heartbreaking line because there is an element of truth to it. Because ultimately we still see they still have the affection and the bonds that they, that made them that squad. And Tech is still very much a part of that in spirit. But what did die with Tech was the sense of the squad, and also with Crosshair, ultimately having split off from the squad beforehand, before his reunion, was the idea that the squad was this invincible, badass squad that always went on a mission, and they always came back. We saw that in the Clone Wars. From the moment this show started, these characters took losses, and Tech was the biggest loss of all. And what we see, and ultimately they're still the squad. They're still Hunter and Crosshair and Wrecker and Omega and Echo, but they're not really like the Clone Force 99, the elite squad that will, go on every mission and always come out on top. They are doing this now for themselves, not for any greater state. They're doing it to rescue one of their own. And that's why it's so ultimately perfect that what they end up facing when they go into the mountain to try to rescue Omega is the shadow reflections of themselves and what they could have been. With the I don't know if we want to call them, they're the CX troopers, the proto dark troopers. They're the worst batch. They're the good batch. I don't know what you want to call them, but they're very clearly meant to evoke our squad from the way that they look. And I was very glad after the finale that Jennifer Corbett and Brad Rao, even though they could have, saved everybody a lot of angst if they'd said this before, but they finally confirmed CX2, who we had speculated might be Tech. It ended up being something like that, or Crosshair, because what were these clones? They were the shadowy reflections of who the batch could have been, especially
I was
I
was very relieved that it ended up being metaphorical instead of literal.
Yeah.
Granted, there was a little bit of literal thrown in there with the fact that one of them had masked with goggles that looked like Tech. And
yeah, that was, and one of them was hulking like Wrecker, and
yeah, but it was very much like, I was glad that it didn't literally bring back a version of of Tech as one of them. It just felt like a lot more resonant that that they were sort of stand-ins for a darker version of the batch, and and so I liked that sort of CX2 gets dispatched, and we don't see what the face is under there, and it probably is just the face of a reg,
yeah,
but I thought that was just I was very pleased with that because this story did not need sort of a last minute, shock revelation or something. So.
Yeah. And if it, for what it's worth, the kind of the tech version of the clone, the one wielding the sword with the goggles, he does get his helmet knocked off, and we do see definitively that it is a reg under there.
Yeah.
But CX2 in particular, the one who we've been speculating, could he be Tech or somebody else? Because he was kind of the primary antagonist for most of the season on that front. And it ended up being very clear that he was meant to be Crosshair Shadow specifically because he was the sniper. And that's why it was actually so incredibly important and thematically resonant that when they're facing down the batch and the dark batch, the dark trooper, version and shadow selves of these clones, they managed to capture Hunter, Wrecker, and Crosshair. And it's CX2 who pins Crosshair down with his outstretched hand, looks down at him scathingly after previously telling him, "You had your chance to be one of us." And he's the one who grabs the sword and is just like, "You should be more careful with your shooting hand." And then brings the blade down and severs Crosshair's hand. And part of the reason it's so great that it's CX2 who does that is because as Crosshair's shadow, he is very much the vision of what Crosshair had been for the first 2 seasons, or at least the first season for the most part, of the good soldiers follow orders, and in particular the one who defined his entire worth by his sniper skill and his ability to make every shot perfectly using that hand that he ultimately loses. And Crosshair's choices in the first season were largely born out of a desire to be a part of something that was like a larger order and tied to his skills because he valued being a soldier. And very much like Jaime Lannister, him losing that symbol of his martial prowess means that quite literally he's going to have to become something else. But it doesn't mean that he loses his identity, because he is still Crosshair. He's still fully capable of making that shot. And then the fact that he does make the shot in that climactic confrontation against Hemlock, using techniques that Omega had taught him, kind of this chain of kindness that I want to revisit later. But we had known before the finale that one thing that was definitely going to happen, so it was always a question of the why and the how, not the what or the will, was Crosshair's going to have to make some kind of shot to save Omega. And so we were just wondering what form that might take. It ended up being better than anything I could have hoped, because it was a thematically resonant sniper shot. It was the idea that very specifically what he has to shoot, he doesn't have to kill Hemlock. He has to shoot the binders that are binding Omega to Hemlock and set them both free. And he does so when, he's worried he's going to hit Omega. He worries he can't do it. Hunter tells him, Omega knows what she's doing. You can trust her. We trust you. Wait for her, then take your shot. And she understands, and he understands, and he takes that moment and centers himself using the meditation technique she taught him. Then she makes her move and holds up her hand, and he hits that shot, that 1 in a million shot, and sets Omega free. And then he and Hunter get to, shoot Hemlock 7 more times and let him fall.
And of course, it's also incredibly beautiful that, to make that shot, he has to, trust Omega. She knows what to do, and he also is leaning on Hunter, which is just beautiful. It
was my favorite moment in the entire finale. Yeah, I loved it so much.
So absolutely wonderful. Speaking of Omega, let's go ahead and take the opportunity to go over and talk about her story throughout the finale. She gets to rescue the children, and she does it in spectacular fashion because There's another story element to this finale which we haven't touched on, which is, her eventual unleashing of the Zillow Beast. But let's put a pin in that for the moment, and just sort of look at her story overall. I loved so much that pretty much from the minute she's back, on Tantus, like, and she gets taken into the vault, she is immediately planning her escape. And like, it's such an evolution from, when she's brought there the first time. And she has so much confidence in herself, and then once she realizes that her brothers have shown up, she knows exactly what she has to do, and she trusts them to get them out of there, but she needs to get them out of the vault. Um and oh my god, just like I was biting my nails with all the stuff with her going through the wall, and and the doctor coming down, and and it's like, oh my god, is she gonna make it, is she gonna make it? And no, I like all that stuff was just so great. And one of the darker parts of the season has been this idea of the children being taken. And we had a really dark episode that really showed us that, the episode with Cad Bane, and and the baby being taken, uh, and so that culminates, in these final episodes, and which eventually then leads to, that's Emery's whole story about, and then when Omega gets brought, she really sort of, sort of shoves it in her face. It's like, and Emery's like, the children are safe, and she's like, are they? And yeah, it's so I just love how she right away she's got a plan, she puts it in action, and she saves the day. And a huge part of that again is the Zillow Beast, which I'm just in love with the concept of how the Zillow Beast, has gone from this, like, plot point of the one of the more outlandish Clone Wars episodes to coming back in this series and then being part of the big climax, because it's so thematically resonant with Star Wars, and and the idea of having like a respect of nature, and the whole idea that Palpatine, wants to use so many beings to further his own ends, and that it was one of the great X-Files style endings of an episode of Clone Wars where, you know, where, he locks up the Zilla Beast, and it's one of those like unfinished threads for years and years until, and I always loved that, that earlier episode of The Bad Batch where, the Zilla Beast comes back into play, but it starts off where you don't quite realize that it's the Zilla Beast because it's younger, and I'm like, oh, this is like a take on Alien, and I'm like, that's cool. And then as it starts getting bigger and bigger, you're like, oh shit. and I just love that ended up culminating here. And there's this great moment where it felt like such a like non-animation but like real filmmaking, like quote unquote real, by which I mean live action filmmaking thing, where like the Zilla Beast is unleashed and it's screaming, and then it just like cold cuts to another scene, and the audio just cuts out. And it what it reminded me of is like going the old days of seeing a movie in the theater when there'd be like a real change. And so it was just missing the little cigarette burn in the corner. But yeah, no, it's so, and that's just a part of Omega's story here at the end. but I just thought they did such a great job of showing how much she's changed, you know, over the course of the show. And of course, that sort of all leads into the epilogue where, you know, she's then ready to, you know, to take on the world, so to speak.
Yeah. No, I mean, Omega, you know, she has been probably our central character, you know, at least the audience kind of like entry point character for this entire show, you know, as much as Ahsoka and Ezra and Kaz once were in the previous animated series. And she's grown so much. She's become, you know, she's gone from a little girl who had never seen the life outside the lab on Camino and was terrified to go back there, to a young woman who is incredibly capable, who is, you know, a soldier, who is, you know, a member of a squad, who is a sister to her brothers, who is a leader. And just seeing her take charge in these final episodes, especially after that moment at the end of episode 11, where, you know, she willingly gives herself up to go back to Tantus to save Pabu from being destroyed. And then she has that very Jedi-like moment where she sits in the cargo hold of CX-2 shuttle and she takes off her hat and she closes her eyes and she just breathes. And you're like, that's a Jedi move right there. That is, you know, the pinnacle of what the Jedi are. And even though we ultimately don't, you know, really delve further into the idea, could Omega herself be like an actual Jedi as opposed to just our like spiritual Jedi in the scene? She is acting very much like that throughout these episodes, but she's also very much, you know, a member of the squad who has learned all the lessons from her brothers before her. And that's why it's so thrilling to see these scenes where now that she's with kids who are not that much younger than she is, but have not had any of her life experience and who are very, you know, afraid and understandably like cautious and like are losing hope. And she becomes that spark that kind of rekindles that sense of, you know, hope and spirit and vitality in them that will allow them to, you know, fight for their freedom. And there are so many moments in these 3 episodes leading up to the finale and the finale itself where you're just like, hell yes, Omega. Like the moment when she is, you know, talking to all the kids and she's wants to, you know, get them, and she's like, guess what? I broke out of here before and I'm doing it again and I'm taking you all with me. Or when she's like talking about the plan to get into the walls and they're like, you're not gonna have that much time. She's like, that's okay. I like a challenge. And then the idea when she comes back and she's like, I found it, our way out. I'm gonna need your help to get, you know, to put this into action. And then, you know, and then she does. And when she finds the Zillo Beast, like you remember when she first encountered the Zillo Beast back in season 2, she was terrified of it. Now she's like, this is what we do. This is how we escape. And it's subtle, but it just shows how much she's grown and the fact that she's the one who is now inspiring her new squad in an effect to, you know, follow her lead, while also knowing that her brothers are coming for her. That's another awesome moment when the laser cannons start firing. She's like, they found me, my brothers. And you're just like, yes, they did. And but she's not going to wait for them. She is gonna, you know, go find them because she's a full member of the squad. And yes, and the Zillo Beast is thematically resonant in addition to just being a cool kaiju monster because the Zillo Beast, the whole reason it's here is because Palpatine in those Clone Wars episodes saw its power and he wanted to possess it for himself. And the Zillo Beast the Zillo Beast is another delicious irony in the sense that the Zillo Beast knew that Palpatine was bad news, and it's like, you know what? I'm going to eat that guy specifically because he sucks. But and of course now this clone Zillo Beast happens to destroy, you know, Tantus in part. But it's also the idea that our friends at Force Center love to talk about, the idea of the flowing and the organic versus the rigid and the mechanical, the idea that the Empire wants to control this natural power of the Zillo Beast for unnatural ends. But as always with these great forces of kaiju nature, they can't truly be contained. And the moment that, they're given the opening, they are just going to destroy these unnatural confines that have been placed upon them. And Omega understands that. So all she needs to do is flip the switch and then just stand back and let it happen. And the Zilla Beast, the Zilla Beast gets its happy ending, where it gets to now be the apex predator on Wayland, and and I have a feeling that even if we never see it again, it's
we are so seeing it again. Okay, and this goes into like theorizing about future storytelling and less about these episodes, but okay, so the base has been shuttered by Tarkin, but let's be honest, we have not seen the last of Tantus. We're getting ready to we're getting ready to heat up on Thrawn storytelling in the New Republic era. Tantus is very closely connected with Thrawn stories in the EU.
Yes.
We're going back to Tantus, and there's a roaming Zilla Beast. And do you think that Filoni is going to resist bringing the Zilla Beast into live action?
Oh no, I don't. Like, if when I said I don't know if we'll see the Zilla Beast again, I don't know what I meant is I don't think we need to. It reached its emotional.
No, we don't need to.
We are going to, because trust me, one of the defining things of Dave Filoni's branching into live action, even though as he's more of the overseer role rather than the direct creative force on this show, he has a hand in all of these pies in Star Wars. And one of his recurring elements as he has moved into live action has been, oh, you think that part of Star Wars was just animation? You think that's too weird that we can't do that in live action? Watch me. Watch me bring the Purrgil into live action in glorious fashion in Ahsoka. The Zilla Beast should follow that path,
and I love the fact that we're branching off topic here, but I love the fact that the Purrgil are now about to be a feature of Star Tours at Disneyland. Like that just, it warms my heart so much. It's like, yeah, you thought this stuff was just off in the corner in Star Wars animation where you could ignore it. No, it's part of the main main part of Star Wars now. So yeah, it gives me so much joy, and I'm certain that we're going to see something similar with the Zilla Beast. And
and especially because, as you alluded to, in the Tantus's origins in the old expanded universe were in the Thrawn trilogy. It became his base of operations in those books. And given the fact that Filoni seems to be adapting elements of that Thrawn trilogy into his live action storytelling in the Mandoverse era and ultimately leading into his movie, I do think we could see Thrawn go back there. We'll see if it serves the same purpose or not. But I also kind of have an amusing idea of the idea, which I don't think they will do, but that that Thrawn is getting ready to go back to Wayland, and then he learns that there's a Zilla Beast there, and then he has this Monty Python moment of like, on second thought, let us not go to Mount Tantus. 'Tis a silly place, and there's a Zilla Beast there.
Oh, no, it's great. And we'll touch on this a little bit, at the end of the stream. But I just love the fact that now we're getting so much like classic Thrawn stuff going into this new chapter of the story. I love that we've gotten Captain Pelion, his name was dropped in the finale of Rebels, but we've really gotten him as an actual character now between The Mandalorian and Tales of the Empire. So yeah, but we'll save that for for in a little bit. I just love that was such a big part of and it was so great when Crosshairs like Echo or Omega's handiwork. and then both Hunter and Wrecker are like, Omega.
Yeah.
Oh God. And yeah, and then like, oh, it's such a great moment then when Echo does like show up, and he's like, uh getting up to trouble, Havoc 5, and then the emotion when he takes his helmet off, and Omega sees him, and 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 I really like, I got like emotional also over, like, it's a small beat, but then when uh then Emery comes in behind him, and one of the kids is like, eh, eh, are you helping us, Dr. Emery? And she's like, yes, I am. It just, you really like to see your faith in people rewarded. And so we've kind of known that, again, talking about that it's not predictability, it's inevitability, that it's inevitable that Emery was going to come around, and and do the right thing. But it's so rewarding when that finally happens. And and I love the moments between her and Echo, when Echo comes in there, and he's like, he's not very good at the covert thing, like, with it always reminds me of like stuff like that, where he's, in the case of Echo, he's like, just checking on whatever. It's like not super convincing. It reminds me of Obi-Wan and his whole, that's some good news. And so real quick, she knows what's up, and I just love that moment between the two of them, where it doesn't take, but like, she's just, I think part of her is just waiting for the opportunity to sort of break out of what she's been doing, and to see her opportunity to actually be able to do something. And Echo showing up at, like, and it's him saying, you're a clone, how can you be a part of this? And I think it's at that point where she's resolute, and she's all in right there. And it's just so great to see.
Emery's character has been a triumph in my eyes. The fact she was introduced around the same time we got Hemlock, and she kind of was in the background for most of season 2, but then she started to build prominence. Then she had the connection with Omega, and then she had this standalone episode this season, Identity Crisis, which is a series highlight for me, honestly. And in our last discussion, we talked extensively about that moment that I just found so resonant and powerful, where she, after having learned about the children, she goes and confronts Nala Se, and she asks her, they're children like I was your plan to discard them too? And Nala Se tells her, I did what I could, now they will look to you, what will you do? And she's like, there's nothing I can do, I don't have that kind of power. And Nala Se challenges her, don't you? And she does. But it takes the catalyst of Omega coming back to Tantus, and then Echo, kind of giving her that direct challenge for her to actually decide, no, I'm going to put this power that I have into action, not just trying to protect the kids, but to help them be free, because they don't belong here. And they, like, I'm willing to take down the Empire to set them free. And I loved it in particular that her catalyst for that wound up being Omega, because Omega, as a younger female clone, a reflection of who Emery once was, but the childhood that she never got to have, she reflects that part of Emery's lineage back to her. And then Echo reflects the element of her as the scientist, as the kind of the dispassionate, logical woman of science who is experimenting on her clone brothers just because this is what she thinks that she has to do. but Echo puts a human face on that and challenges her. That was basically like, you're a clone. How can you be doing this to us? And he cuts through all of her illusions of her just doing her job, and their dynamic, even though they're only together for 2 episodes, it's great, and it ends up, that's why it ends up feeling so resonant, that ultimately it seems like the 2 of them are gonna link up and continue to work together to help, help the rest of their clone brothers get set up in this this uncertain future, because Echo has always been the character who has the greatest moral clarity in the show. He, after having been rescued, was very much always the one who was like, we need to be doing more. We need to be helping our brothers. I'm not content to just sit back and do, kind of small time missions for Sid or hide on Pabu. I need to be out there. I need to be doing more. And he passed that on to Omega. She echoes that in, these episodes and throughout the season. And then he passes it to Emery too. He gives her that catalyst. And getting to see Echo, as Walker Lanebrain says in the chat, in his like badass mode, reminding us that he is in fact an ARC trooper. And this is what he does, these kind of stealth missions and coming out. And like, I loved in episode 13 when they're trying to get onto the Tantus shuttle and they're like, we can't all get on. And Echo's like, but I can. And he does, through a very
God. And well, first of all, that is one of the greatest cliffhangers of any episode. It is so good. I just love when Rampart's like, this isn't going to work. Abort the mission. No, before he says, he's like, this isn't going to work. And Crosshair says, Echo's on it. And like, that just, it feels so great, because that's a testament to, how far Crosshair has come, that he's back in this place where, he's gonna trust, one of his brothers, but also harking back to the opening arc of Clone Wars season 7, where they've gone from a place of questioning Echo and not sure if he can totally be trusted, to then joining their squad, but then being so trusted that this is Echo, he's gonna come through. And then when Rampart says abort the mission, and just the way Hunter's like, negative.
Yes.
And then he just goes ahead and he's all in and just waits till that very last second.
Yeah.
Then to clamp onto the ship, and then it cuts to end credits, and it's like, oh my god, that was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and Walker points that out in the chat as well. It's a goosebump-inducing moment, both because of just the way they frame it and that awesome cut to black with less than a second to spare, that just makes you go, yes, but also because it's a moment that shows you just how incredibly difficult it was for our clones to get to Tantus at all. And once they get there, they're still going to have a huge fight ahead of them. But just this part of the mission, it was a 1 in a million slingshot maneuver that they had to do to try and, make this connection with all the security protocols the Empire had in place. And they're taking the leap. They're doing it on faith. They're believing Echo will come through. Hunter knows he doesn't have time. He's gotta, get going and trust that Echo will come through. So he just says negative and he guns it, and then he latches onto it with seconds to spare. And that's the kind of moment that reinforces for us, just how special our heroes are and how skilled they are. The idea that, most clones and most, specialized soldiers, even some Jedi, may have tried that maneuver and not managed to pull it off because it's so difficult. The Bad Batch did it. They're that good. And you're just like, fuck yeah.
Well, and also, in praise of the Batch, let me just say, Crosshair may be we're not that squad anymore, but and it was a lot of talk about how the Crosshair's lost his touch a bit because of his hand, and and all that. Maybe our batch isn't quite who they used to be, but God damn it, look at what they accomplish. At the end of this series, just the squad by themselves without reinforcements completely dismantle Tanta's base and save all the clones. Like, they're still the badass squad.
Yes.
And I will not suffer anybody saying any different.
Yeah, that's why, the finale's title being "The Cavalry Has Arrived," and we were thinking like, oh, maybe it's going to be all the allies coming together like Rex. It's like, no, that's how the Bad Batch were introduced, when Wreckers, like in those Clone Wars episodes, like, the cavalry has arrived, and you're like, there's still that squad, even without even having lost tech, even having gone through a measurable loss, even having lost the Republic they served. They're still capable of doing something like this and having a mission that not only saves their sister and their clone brothers, but ultimately, as we alluded to earlier, has galactic consequences because it destroys the thing that might have ensured Palpatine could rule over the galaxy forever. So,
yeah,
the Batch did that.
Yeah. So I want to talk for a minute before we'll get to the epilogue. In a few minutes here. But I want to take a minute to talk about, not like in a sense of being disappointed at all, because I don't think like you and I are disappointed with anything with this finale. But
I have one tiny thing, but
okay, go.
No, go.
No, I was just gonna say, like, but there are things that we perhaps expected to see that we didn't, or maybe things we didn't expect to see, but we're still sort of potentially on the table. And I sort of wanted to talk about them, because now we can sort of look at them within the wider context of the completed series. A big one for me, I've mentioned it a couple times now, we did not get any kind of further resolution for the character of Sid, who was such a vital part of the first two seasons, and that we do get a mention of this season. I think it's a very tragic mention, the fact that she gives up more information on the Batch, as well as oh god, it just a fee, and and then therefore leading the Empire to Pabu. I think that that's tragic, because we can infer that it was under severe duress. I don't think she wanted to give that information up. And the final time that we get to see her, at least in this series, is just that horribly guilty expression on her face, as she's betrayed the Batch at the end of season 2. I love that this is the story that got told with this character, because again, it feels like such a mature, bit of storytelling. And the fact that, and again, we don't know, this character may come back in future storytelling, but at least within the context of this story, there is no redemption arc for her, and we just get the betrayal, and it stings a lot. So like, how do you feel about the character arc of Sid, in the overall scope of this show?
You kind of mentioned already. I am impressed with the emotional maturity of the Bad Batch and its storytelling team, that having made the incredibly difficult decision to take a character who we may not have actually like loved, or at least we're suspicious of in the first two seasons with Sid, and have her commit a terrible act of betrayal, even if she obviously felt tremendously guilty about it, and then the story, didn't call for her to come back into it to get her moment of redemption. So she didn't. Like the thing is, I would not have been opposed to the show bringing Sid back into the story specifically to give her a moment to show how contrite she was and perhaps mend things over with the batch a little bit more. But that wasn't the story that this season was telling. So I was glad that they didn't force it, Like, I am of the opinion, I always want there to be the opportunity for redemption in Star Wars. I always want characters to, no matter what they've done, no matter how terrible their actions have been, no matter who they've hurt, the idea of redemption in Star Wars to me is not you do one good thing and you can make up for all the bad things that you do. It's the idea that no matter what you've done, it is never too late to make a better choice. But when that opportunity comes, you have to take it, And that's why it's been so incredibly satisfying to watch Crosshair's arc in this show, because he got that opportunity and he didn't waste it. He managed to take every opportunity, even though he felt terribly guilty and thought he might deserve to, meet an end. He kept taking those opportunities until we finally got to make that shot. And, his arc is full and complete. And I personally feel that, characters like Vader and Ben Solo, like they had their opportunity to make their right choice, and they did. And they did it at the greatest possible moment of impact, and it did end up costing them their lives. But I find those moments so incredibly powerful and resonant. But the part of the reason for that is, when Star Wars does take an opportunity to show that, like, it's hard to make that choice. It's so hard, and not every character is capable of making that. And they show this with Rampart, a character who had the opportunity to make that better choice and ended up making the selfish one at the end. And with a character like Sid, we were warned about Sid. We were warned about by Malagi back in season 2 that if, just because you are willing to do these incredibly dangerous things and risk your life on behalf of Sid, does not mean that she would do the same for you. And she didn't. She ended up selling them out. And then when she was confronted by CX2, tragically, and was probably tortured, but she did sell them out again. And once that happened, and there were only 4 episodes left, I was like, I don't know if there's time for them to bring Sid back in, unless it was going to be the Rebels scenario, where it's like, we got to get the band all back together. Every character we've met for the past 3 seasons, they're all going to come in. They're all going to play a role. Sid has some underworld connection that'll help us. But that's not the story they were telling. There wasn't space in the story for Sid to have that moment. So the show didn't force it. And Sid, for now, ends where we left her last time, unredeemed, having made the selfish choice that cost her dearly. And that, for an animated show that is ostensibly targeted at kids, that's a hard lesson to learn, because for, Omega was very much of the idea that, no, Sid's good. She's going to do the right thing. We should be helping her. And this is the one case where it didn't pay off. Sid was ultimately a selfish character, and I'm not saying that she will never get that moment. We just saw in Tales of the Empire an example of a character who had been left in a very dark place, and then later on got an opportunity to, make a better choice and follow a different path. Sid could have that opportunity, but the story of the Bad Batch was incredibly focused this season, and they didn't feel the need to tie up this end and give us the happy moment with Sid to make us all feel better about her and her choice. It left her in a very dark place, and that's something where we just reckon with the cost of, sometimes when you make a terrible choice, you don't always get to make up for it to the people that you hurt. So if you are truly contrite, you might have to find another way to do it. And in this case, I don't know if Sid will ever get to make it up to the batch, because their paths aren't, didn't cross here. The story didn't need it.
Well, not that we know of.
Not that we know of.
Another thing that I think a lot of us were expecting was some like bringing back the story thread of Ventress who came in in an earlier episode and sort of teased us with the possibility of is Omega Force sensitive, and kind of left that as a lingering question, which I think, and it was very interesting with the way the show kind of dealt with that question overall, because obviously there is something about her um, because of her blood and the fact that her blood was unique in that way that it worked for uh, the experiments, but we never really get to delve into the details of exactly for sure what that is. But it does seem like there is some, some kind of force sensitivity there. Just if for no other reason than the value of her blood and what it did, when combined with the other samples. But it's kind of left as a question in that Ventress episode, and I think a lot of us thought that. I think they kind of teased us with the epilogue of the show, because it almost seems like Omega's walking into that cave, and I was half expecting that Ventress would be there waiting.
Yeah, so was I.
And they went in a different direction. So how do you feel about the fact that didn't come back, and maybe that it is sort of that episode did set up uh like future storytelling more than having like absolute value for the end game of this particular series?
I mean, I have some complicated feelings about it, but ultimately I'm still positive on it. Like, we talked a lot about that episode and how ultimately that episode was really about Omega, and the fact that Ventress was brought in kind of became a catalyst for us, while also showing us an opportunity of how much Ventress has changed since we last saw her on screen in the Clone Wars. And I was very much of the idea, like I know you were, that they were, given the fact they had established that there was something special about Omega's, blood, and we were seeing hints that she could have like some Jedi-like, Force-like abilities should she be trained, and the idea that ultimately she's going to have to learn to let go and part from her brothers. That all seemed to me to be leading to Omega was going to ultimately go off and on her own path, which she does. But I thought that the fact that they brought Ventress in was going to be a thing like, okay, Omega is going to possibly go off with her and maybe try to do some good in terms of, the Force-sensitive children on the hidden path, which we could still get that story. It just now seems a little bit less likely that Omega herself will be a part of it. And on that respect, that's where the complicated feelings come in, because, we had talked about the fact that Asajj Ventress had died in the Dark Disciple book. And the creatives behind, the Bad Batch, Jennifer Corbett, Brad Rao, and Dave Filoni as well, had decided, we have a story idea. We think it's worthwhile to continue. We're going to bring Asajj Ventress back to life while respecting the events of the Dark Disciple novel. And we're going to bring her into this story, and she was a big reveal in the trailer. And I thought that her use in that episode was excellent. However, the fact, it is notable, as you alluded to, the fact that Asajj doesn't come back at the end of this story and is not clearly tied to Omega again means that she has once again become a question. Well, where is she going to pop up next? And we had heard before the season that we're getting something else with Ventress somewhere down the line, which I'm glad that they put that out there up front, because I do have to say that, like, if all they were going to do with Asajj Ventress was they needed a force sensitive character to kind of teach Omega these lessons in this one episode, then they probably didn't need to go through the trouble of bringing Asajj Ventress specifically back from her very, emotionally resonant death in the Dark Disciple novel. They could have found another character to serve that story purpose. But if there is going to be further Asajj Ventress storytelling, whether or not it ties in with Omega, then the jury's still out as to whether or not, we're ultimately going to see what her role in that ongoing story is. It ends up feeling a bit like it, instead of feeling like it was endgame setup, like we had alluded to, in our previous discussion, it ends up feeling a bit more backdoor piloty, in the sense that now we're like, okay, Asajj Ventress is going to have her own story going forward, and we've been told that, and it seems like it's going to be possibly in animated form, given the fact that Nika Futterman's also talking about, possibly being back. And so that is a case of me being like, I didn't need them to wrap up Asajj Ventress's story for the Bad Batch to feel satisfying. I do think that her role in the Bad Batch as it related to Omega's story was complete. But now I do want a further storytelling with Asajj Ventress. It's less now a want as it is like, okay, now you actually, it's not just a cute, like, oh, one day they'll write a book. Now you actually, like, do need to explain why you wanted to bring this character specifically in.
I don't have a doubt that they're going to do that. I'm still banking on the fact that the next animated series is going to be Ventress focused.
I think so too.
But yeah, it was surprising because I think a lot of us had felt like this was setting up for Omega going off with Ventress at the end of this series. And I'm okay with the fact that it wasn't, because, like I said, the show has, as much as this season in particular, has been sort of, for the most part, laser focused on the Batch and Omega and that story. The series overall, and this season too, and including Ventress, has taken the opportunity to sort of open up the world a bit and tell stories that were not directly like the Batch were involved, but they weren't necessarily like the crucial central figures. We got episodes, like with Hera, in season 1, and a lot of the political machinations, on Coruscant in season 2. I said earlier, I think we're gonna, whatever the next thing is, we may check back in with Senator Chuchi and everything going on there, and so, and for some people that didn't work, because I know we remember there were complaints like, oh, the show's called The Bad Batch, where's the Batch? I'm like, but this show also kind of firmly planted its feet in the majority of which was telling the story of the Batch, but also telling the story of the galaxy at large as it was transforming from the Republic into the Empire. And so I'm okay with the idea that the Ventress episode, as much as it was telling a story, an Omega story, and sort of explaining about why the Empire perhaps was after her, what M Count actually was. We got a character who was finally brave enough to actually say midi-chlorian on screen. So I'm okay, but it was also very clearly like setting up for whatever the next bit of storytelling for Ventress is going to be, and I'm kind of okay with that, because if we hadn't have had those other episodes throughout the series that kind of expanded the view of like the overall story, then maybe it would have felt a bit more out of the blue, and it wouldn't work for me as well. But I still think it works, and but it will depend a lot. My final determination on it will depend a lot on what that Ventress storytelling is, and how it's done, and if there is any connection to Omega. There's nothing that says that there won't be. So yeah, I'm curious, and I'm just really interested to figure out what it is. I talked, I've talked on previous streams about how, like, I have a lot of questions about how a Ventress story will begin and then unfold, because there's a lot that has to be explained for people who didn't read Dark Disciple. So, like, and as much as I'd like to fantasize about part of a Ventress series being like starting off with an adaptation of Dark Disciple, I also want to keep my expectations in check, because that could very likely not be the case. And so I just, more than anything, I just want to know what's next, and then I'll be able to put things into better context. So I wouldn't say like it's a negative for me in the season, because I love the episode. But it does leave you with a question of, well, if it wasn't setting up the end game of this show, then what exactly is it setting up? And once I know that, then I'll be fine. But I'm just so super curious, and because we have had no word, only sort of speculation about what the next series is going to be. We do know that there's Ventress storytelling coming, and that Nika Futterman will be involved, but we've got no guarantee that that's the next animated series. They could have plans for an animated movie, for all we know, that's focused on Ventress. So, like, yeah, it's just me being super, super, super curious, and not being able to wait to find out some more information.
Yeah, and I think that this was an incredibly smart of Jennifer Corbett and Brad Rao, once Asajj Ventress appeared in the trailer, to get out ahead of it and basically be like, yes, we're aware of the events of Dark Disciple. She's going to be in the season. We are going, how she survived will be explained in future storytelling. Because that's the kind of thing, like, if they hadn't done that, if she just showed up, then I think the chorus of like, well, why is she back? Why didn't she die in Dark Disciple? What is the reason that she specifically had to be in the story? Why couldn't it have been another surviving Jedi character? There's a reason why it was Ventress. We are going to find out that reason. I'm okay with it not being in this show specifically. I did think it would have been a cool idea, but like, I'm perfect. I was more than willing to let that go. And I still think the role that Ventress played for Omega in this one episode that she was in was very satisfying. And I am ultimately still glad it was her, because I know that we're going to be getting something else with her down the line. But if we didn't know that, I would be feeling a little bit more questionable about it. So it's the kind of thing where, like, this is an example of the show not feeling the need to tie up every loose end. Like, Walker Lanebrain and General Grievous had been talking in the chat earlier about Cody. Cody was an example of a character that, was introduced in one episode of the show, one great episode, The Solitary Clone. And then we thought he might come back later in the season. We thought that he could be CX2. Ultimately, it proved he wasn't. We were told he went AWOL. And that ended up being a case of, like, that was all that Cody needed to be in this story for. He was, he served a purpose to further Crosshair's story, and we'll catch up with him possibly later. And it was satisfying his role in the show. And they also did that with Wolf. Wolf was in 2 episodes of this season. We know where he ultimately ends up, but it was cool to see him in this intermediate stage.
Well, it's an instance of where, and I fell victim to this. I thought, well, okay, they've introduced him here. He's going to be involved in the end game of the series. But actually, what they're doing is they're showing us the character, and they're giving us the breadcrumb of where he's, because we know where he ends up.
Yeah.
And so this isn't like telling us fully how he came to, join with Rex, but it's giving us the first step of that, and leaving the rest either for our imagination or for future storytelling. So and I really think it was cool that there was sort of so much of that with this series, that, and like, they gave us a lot of little breadcrumbs of of various stories without feeling the need to, okay, let's tie this up, and instead just remain focused on the batch.
Yeah. And I do think that was the right overall approach, and it's one of the reasons why they managed to have such a resoundingly triumphant finale. I felt that they didn't feel the need to chase down every loose end. And like, I felt like they left Cody and Wolf in a good place, and they're like, we got that little part of their story, but they'll continue. We know that with Wolf, we know where his story goes. With Cody, his story is open, but he could now appear, anywhere in the future. The reason that Ventress is slightly different is that her story was tied up in a book, even if it was left unresolved for animation fans who last saw her in the Clone Wars Season 5. The show, with great purpose, untied that knot and then left it untied. Which, again, totally valid, very satisfying within the show itself, but that was a case of the show specifically, not just like picking up the thread of a character, but like introducing a new question that will now be answered somewhere else. So I think that it just has to be noted. Again, doesn't affect my enjoyment of this show at all, but if for whatever reason we go 11 years without finding out what happened to Asajj Ventress, then I will mind.
That's not going to happen. Okay, so having covered that stuff, let's go ahead and talk about this. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Before we move on to the epilogue, which I think is what you're about to do, I did want to just, because we're talking about loose ends and things that perhaps didn't fully resolve for us, I did want to just mention my one very tiny negative about the finale, which is not really anything I hold against the show, but it does tie into a larger question of how Star Wars canon storytelling sometimes approaches Legends content, and that is the character of Commander Scorch, who he is basically in this show, he's the clone with the yellow accented armor. He's Hemlock's top clone. And he's notable because he originated in the Republic Commando video games back in the old Legends days before the Disney sale. And those Republic Commandos, Boss, Fixer, Sev, and Scorch, were kind of the proto-Bad Batch, Scorch kind of being like the wrecker figure. And they were beloved characters for a segment of the Legends fans. So when Scorch was introduced as a cool moment in Season 1, those fans were understandably thrilled. And he was brought in because David Collins, who worked on the Republic Commando video games and the show, loved the character. And they thought it was cool. They decided to give him more to do. So he became kind of Hemlock's top lieutenant. But then, that's kind of the role that he fulfilled. And then he ultimately, unlike a lot of the clones who, get to make self-determining choices, Scorch stays loyal to Hemlock to the end. He's very cruel to children and to innocent characters. He ultimately dies in a rather ignominious fashion. And I think the show played fair with Scorch within the context of this show. But people, as Walker Lanebrain points out in the chat, people who had an attachment to the character of Scorch in Legends are a little bit upset because this was a case of, unlike Thrawn, who was a beloved Legends character who they brought into canon, and now he's basically the same character fulfilling a slightly different story role, but still of importance. Scorch ended up being a bit more like Thrawn's henchman Rook, a character who actually had a very big and important role in Legends and in the Thrawn trilogy, who they brought into canon as kind of a treat for the fans. And then he ended up fulfilling a much more basic henchman role and then died in a rather ignominious fashion. And the thing is, I think for the purposes of this show, they played entirely fair with Scorch. But the fact that they made him Scorch at all means that there are fans who have a sentimental attachment to the character who are going to feel a little bit miffed. And I just think it's fair to acknowledge that, and not just to be like dismissive of for people who are like, well, why do you care about that character at all? He was just a grunt. He was just a reg, and who cares if he died? I think that that's a little dismissive, because ultimately that character probably didn't need to be Scorch, a character that people had prior sentimental attachments to. I think it's fair that it was. But if the show was going to do that, they do open themselves up to criticism that they effectively took a character who was people had a larger sentimental attachment to. They brought him into canon with significantly reduced and more villainous story role, and then they killed him. People are going to be upset about that. And it's the one thing where, even though I don't hold it against the finale, I'm like, they could have handled that particular aspect better if they were going to do it at all. So
yeah, I don't know. I will say that I completely do respect people who who might be upset by that. But again, like as you alluded to, I think it plays fair with the character as it is in the show, and maybe I'd probably feel different if if I had was it a video game?
It was a video game. It was one of those things where you got to kind of play as the character. He was also in a bunch of books, so people understandably have an attachment to him. And to be honest, like, I thought his initial appearance in the show was great, and I thought that his role was kind of expanded because people thought, oh, it'd be cool to give him more to do. It's just a case, and again, I think the show played fair. It's just a case of like, creators need to recognize that there are fans who do have a sentimental attachment to those Legends characters. And sometimes if you're not gonna, give them that full experience, then it might be wiser to leave the character in Legends. This is a reason I don't think we're ever gonna see Mara Jade in canon, because it is a case where you bring in it's not the same thing, but it's kind of like with a beloved character in, say, the Game of Thrones books that you might bring into the show, and then you don't give them the full, arc that some book fans want. I was always in the favor of like, the show needs to do what the show needs to do, but it's the similar principle. And I did see some people who perhaps didn't have the same attachment to that character basically being like, why are all these nerds upset that Scorch was killed? Scorch was dumb. Scorch was useless. He didn't matter that he was killed off. And I'm like,
which it always cracks me up if you're well versed enough into Star Wars to be having online conversations about it and fighting with other people in Twitter threads. The fact that you're going to be like sanctimonious enough to call other Star Wars fans nerds, like, it's just so terrible. And it's like, you're the ones who need to get a life. No, I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't have that attachment. So for me, I actually rather liked sort of having this clone character who, okay, we didn't get to really know him, quote unquote, but he was a regular occurrence through a lot of the show, and I liked the portrayal of a clone that sort of never questioned allegiance to the Empire, and then you know even as so many of his brothers you made better choices, and Scorch clearly didn't, and so then he kind of meets an end of his own making, um, uh, which maybe it's unfair. We don't know like how much, like, because just because some clones came out of the sort of trance of Order 66 doesn't mean that all of them did, and maybe Scorch is one of the ones for whom that programming kind of stuck a bit better, but does show a clone who remained true to the Empire, and that eventually, like, and so maybe that's even more of a tragedy for that character, the fact that you know we don't know whether that's personal decision making of I've thrown in my, like, that he's crosshair, but he decided not to make a better choice, um, or if it was just complete programming and he never kind of came out of Order 66, in which case then that's a tragedy. But I thought it was interesting to see a clone who sort of never wavered in devotion to the Empire. Um, that said, I understand why there would be some people upset, because you could have very well named that character, a different name. But just speaking as someone who's just taking the character on its own merits as depicted in the show, I thought it was an interesting a way to go, and so because I don't have that emotional attachment to the character, for me that's not a mark at all against the show or the finale. But again, I understand for people who feel differently.
Yeah, and I again totally love the finale. I actually think that the show did play fair with Scorch. It's just, people obviously still have very raw feelings about the canon legends divide in certain circles. And I just it's more of just my plea to creators that, like, if you are going to bridge that divide, make sure that you do recognize that you're playing with people's emotions in that way. Um, and and do it carefully. Thrawn has been the one example of a character who basically has crossed over from legends to canon and is in pretty much entirely the same character, unchanged, even if his story is slightly different. And there have been worlds and concepts and elements that have also done that. But, a character like Rook or a character like Scorch are an example of, like, sometimes when people are like, bring character X from legends into canon, I'm like, be careful what you wish for.
See, but that, I think it's the way that I approach storytelling as well, because the Rook thing never got me upset, and I have read the Thrawn books. So like that for me was an example of, they saw an opportunity like Thrawn's in. Why wouldn't you have Rook? And just because he fulfills like a different story, a different story requirement. For me, like, it's not a matter of, oh, legends got discarded and now let's try and salvage these characters by bringing them into canon, but you better make sure that they're just as valuable to the story as they were in Legends. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as Legends is still entirely, completely valid as like great stories. And those books are still there for you to read. And they're just as phenomenal as, or not phenomenal as they always were, depending on your opinion. And so like, and I know the, like, using Rook as an example, I know, a lot about his character from reading those Thrawn books, and I know that it's not as like in depth, what he gets to do, in Rebels. He is just sort of Thrawn's, a henchman in that, but I think he's great,
Yeah.
in that capacity. I loved seeing him in Tales of the Empire.
So
I
did
thought
I.
that was a lot of fun, especially with Captain Pillion, and then that was a lot of fun. And so for me, it's just like two different versions, and one doesn't erase the other. But I also understand that books are books and on screen is on screen. And maybe if something's making the transition to being like on screen, you want to see, everybody wants a faithful translation from a book or as the case may be, a video game, to then a different medium. But uh, yeah, I don't begrudge anybody being upset.
Yeah.
It's fine, Um, but for me, within the context of the story, I thought it worked good. So
Yeah, and I do too, and we don't need to spend any more time on it. I just wanted to acknowledge it because I did have that kind of slight twinge when I saw him get shot and fall. That I'm like, people aren't going to be happy about this. I'm not the happiest about it. It probably is the thing that maybe took the finale from a 100 to a 99 in my eyes. But I would say that ultimately within the if I didn't have that extra, knowledge and baggage, then Scorch's story would have been entirely fair within the context of that show. Honestly, same as like, a lot of the different elements where within, the storytelling, like we were talking about with, within this context, Ventress plays perfectly well with her story function, and so do a lot of the other elements who serve their story. Fee pops in, we see her kind of in a non-speaking role at the end. She is, we know that she's, going to be okay. I'm like, the finale didn't need to tie everything up. It was just in this specific case, I'm like, if somebody is going to be upset about this, I understand why. I do think they maybe could have handled it with a little bit more grace, but it does ultimately, I still think it's an incredibly worthy story, and that the character served his purpose.
I will say just one final note before we talk about the epilogue. I'll be honest. I was of like any characters to sort of come back in or to just like play a big, not even with the finale, but I guess across the board with this whole season, I had kind of expected Fee to play a bigger role, just because it felt like she was being set up in season 2 to then be a bigger player in this season. And we didn't get that because, again, like they chose to sort of laser focus on the batch, this season. But I am hoping to see more of Fee in the future. In other stories, because I think she's a really fun character, and it's interesting because I didn't really warm up to her initially. Um, uh, Part of it was I was going through some stuff the week that the episode that's very much a riff on Indiana Jones from last season, aired, and I think that was I I'm trying to think what exactly was going on at that time. I think that may have been that was last year, right? 2023.
Yeah. It was 2023. It was episode
Okay,
5.
so that wasn't when I lost my mom, but it was when the week that we put our dog Sam to sleep, and I also had a big blow up with my dad over that. So I was both like angry and extremely depressed, and all the emotions about my mom were flooding back up. So, like, a happy go lucky Indiana Jones riff was not what the doctor ordered for that week. And so I didn't really enjoy the episode at the time a whole lot, and I wasn't really feeling Fee's character either. But then as we got into later in the season, um, especially like once you know, the whole Pabu episode and her connection with Tech, uh, and the fact that she was the one that they went to after parting with Sid, and that's it would, and it's like, oh my god, they can really trust this character, and you know, and she's a legitimately like good person. And that's when I really started to like the character a lot. And so I did kind of hope for a bit more with her
Mhm.
this season, but you know, I don't hold that against this season. I thought they told a great story, but it does make me feel like I want to see more of her character in the future in something else.
Yeah, and I do think she is absolutely the kind of character who can and will pop up in other storytelling going forward. I kind of had the headcanon that she and Hondo have a kind of a love hate relationship because Hondo's got to be connected to all these pirate characters in the world. I think they would have a fun dynamic. But specifically, like Fee was, I believe, in 4 episodes this season. The first time I watched the finale, I didn't realize she actually is there on Pabu at the end. She has a non-speaking kind of cameo
Okay.
with Shep and Liana. I missed that the first time I watched it because it's very small and sudden. But I think part of the thing is that, ultimately in this season, this focused, that's so centered on our core batch and their mission to Tantus and, the story of the clones. The thing about Fee was that she knew who she was. She was a very constant, ultimately good-hearted character. She played a critical role in helping the batch, introducing them to Pabu, which played a very important role in the end game. And at the end of season 2, they had kind of set up the idea that she could be a potential love interest for Tech. But then, of course, Tech ultimately ends up.
And they just ripped our heart out with that one.
Yeah, and I was surprised, for instance, that we didn't get to see more of like the batch and Fee also reckoning with Tech's loss. But then again, there was a very big time skip of like 5 months within the confines of the premiere, so that makes sense. And the fact that again, Fee knew who she was. She's like very confident and self-assured. She's the kind of character who, as much as we want all of our characters to have an arc, he didn't really need to have an arc. She could be the kind of character who would show up to help the batch in their moment of need, because she is ultimately like that steadfast, reliable character, and that therefore she's the kind of character who the show doesn't necessarily need to revisit to tie up. I would have taken a little bit more of her at the end, but I also was just like, we know Fee's going to be okay. So,
well, I think also because the trailer that we got for the season started off with the scene from Juggernaut, the first of the episodes that in this discussion, which made it feel like that was from earlier in the season. As opposed to later. So it kind of felt like she was kind of joining the crew, a bit. And so I think that set up expectations for me, at least, that she was going to be a bit more integral this season. But like I said, it's not a quibble in the sort of the season as it was, more like expectations, and the fact that she was a good character, and I hope to see her in the future. But let's go ahead and move into the epilogue. Keep talking.
Oh yeah,
about moving towards.
Just one quick shout out before we do that, and then yes, we will move into the epilogue. Hauser, he lives.
Yes.
I was absolutely positively convinced, especially thinking that Wrecker and I'm sorry, Rex was going to come to Tantus as the cavalry with all the clones. I was certain that if that happened, Hauser was going to be with them and Hauser was going to die. He didn't. He lives. He and his glorious hair survived, and I if you were in the Force Center Discord, you would see that Hellsbell and I were having a joking headcanon that he and Senator Chuchi are going to fall madly in love. So whatever his fate may be, I hope it's a good one.
Yeah, no, he survives by not being part of the finale, so he didn't have the opportunity to die.
The wisest
Um,
portion.
yeah, I don't know. I actually he was not one of the characters that I was super worried about, even though I love the character, but I don't know. It didn't feel like he was being built up for like a death. And I'm really happy in any case that he survived the season and that he's gets to move forward into potential future storytelling um, because I mean, let's just say that is a glorious head of hair, and we both you and I really can appreciate
Oh, absolutely.
a good head of hair. Um,
Appreciate while you have it, man. Not all good things last.
yeah. Oh God, so sad. Um, no, okay. So let's move into the epilogue. Like it was a surprise to me, and it was so awesome seeing grown up Omega, and and the fact that she's greeted not by Ventress as we had kind of suspected, but that it's Hunter who catches her before she heads off, and she's heading off to be part of the rebellion. And like this feels like a good time to as I'm putting these shots up, just because this always seems to get lost by the wayside in our discussions, but I'm gonna make sure to mention it this time. Like this is an outrageously gorgeous show. The
Oh,
animation,
yes.
like I mean, beyond just like the sort of settings and the vistas of all the locations and stuff, the character animation is gorgeous as well, and it's just amazing how far the Lucasfilm animation has come, and I like this show stepped it up in such a big way, and yeah, I just want to make sure to mention that, but like this was just such a beautiful sequence, and the Kiners were just tugging at our heartstrings. The music, that's another thing we haven't mentioned. The stream, the music was absolutely gorgeous for these episodes, as it has been for the entire series and all the other projects that the Kiners have scored for Lucasfilm. Um, but yeah, what were your feels during
Um,
the sequence?
my feels were immense. I loved this final epilogue so much. It really did, give us that resolution, that heart tugging emotional resolution that I felt throughout the finale, and I felt very much during that final sequence on Pabu when Hunter and Omega is talking to Omega about, now like we clones have fought enough battles for one lifetime. Now we get to choose what we want to be. And the future seemed wide open. And had the show ended there, I would have been very happy and content. But I'm so glad that we got this epilogue because, like, when we cut back to Pabu and we could see that it is Omega, and not only is it Omega, but it's Omega, fully grown up as a young woman in her, late 20s, early 30s. I immediately felt the lump in my throat because I'm like, they're really going to give us this moment of, you know, we're of letting go of the next generation. We are what they grow beyond kind of idea, but also, if you ever need us, we'll be there. And it was the one thing that, full disclosure, when I had been reading, and listening to stuff before the finale, or before the season 3 premiered, I should say, I did listen to a preseason interview that D. Bradley Baker had done with Star Wars Explained, Alex and Molly Damon, and he did mention the finale, and he did specifically mention it was a thing that once I heard it, I couldn't unhear it, so it did inform my entire, how I approach things. He did mention that there would be an epilogue, and that the epilogue would be very emotional, and that it would center on the connection of a father to a daughter. And once I heard that, that's partially how I like Omega's going to survive, and at least one member of the batch is going to survive, so that we can get that. I ultimately how it played out was better than I ever could have imagined it, but I did know that, and I just kept it to myself. But I'm like, I know that we're going to have that moment where Omega is going to probably make the choice to separate from her brothers. And it ended up, I'm so glad it ended up being a positive, affirming choice. Not that she left because she had to, but because she wanted to, because this is her fight, now. And she knows that her brothers, who raised her as their, as her fathers, she was their daughter as well as their sister in many respects, that she knows how much she means to them. She knows they want to keep her safe, but she says, I'm ready. This is my fight. And that the line that just broke me was when Hunter's like, yeah, I know you're ready, but I'm not. And and of course there's the meta aspect of it for us of like, I don't have kids yet, so I don't have that. But I was feeling the tug of like, us saying goodbye to the show, and specifically to Omega, because also the other line that like really got me was, when Hunter tells her, you're our kid, Omega, you always will be. And I was just like, that's perfect, because he is, the clones all had their arcs throughout the show. The core Bad Batch, we touched on them earlier. And the thing about Hunter was that Hunter, as kind of the most, solid leader of the clones, like, he didn't always have like the same emotionally torturous backstory that, say, someone like Crosshair went through, or even Tech. But the thing about him was that he was always the clone whose brother-sister relationship with Omega was the most tinged with the relationship of also being a father to a daughter. And he was the one who was always the most committed to her and keeping her safe. And I was like, this is Star Wars does this, like, as the kids grow up, as they become more capable, as they become the heroes that we need of the next generation, eventually those who want to protect them, need to learn to let them go, and they need to learn to let go. And I'm like, it's got to be Hunter in that final scene. That's why I was okay that it was just him, even though as much as I would have loved to see Crosshair and Wrecker, say goodbye to Omega as well in that scene, it really needed to be Hunter, because he was the one who like was always in the early part of the series trying to keep Omega safe, saying like, yes, you're part of the squad, but like, you need to stay behind, we can't risk losing you. And that's why, the last lines of the entire series, the one, he watches her fly away off to an incredibly dangerous mission, and he just scratches Batcher behind the ear and says, that's all right, girl, she'll be fine. And you're just like, his art's complete.
Oh, yeah, it's so emotional. And I just love, again, talking about the music, I just love the way that Omega's theme, rings out over that sequence. It's just so beautiful. The score for this series has been absolutely out of this world. And so much of the like it's so great to hear such like beautiful music and the ending of the finale, because so much of the music throughout this season was like keeping the tension going and like making our hearts race like really fast. So yeah, it's they've just done a phenomenal job, and the score for this series has been different, because there's been like a lot of like experimental stuff they've done with the music. There's been a lot of use of electronics to sort of create like a really uneasy tone for the series. But then there's moments where the emotion just gets to soar, with Omega's theme, and and with her relationship with the Batch and stuff. So yeah, it was just so amazing. And And yeah, and you talked about how it's just Omega and Hunter in this sequence, and we don't get to see older Crosshair and Wrecker, but we feel their presence because just the fact that like the two of them are still around, and especially Crosshair, like just the knowledge that he stuck around on Pabu,
Yeah.
and they all just got to sort of live out the years happily, and um, there's just something so beautiful and affirming about that's where that story was headed, and like it didn't need to end in tragedy. It got to, they actually got a happy ending, which I touched on this earlier. There's so much storytelling out there that is all about let's end something really dark, and it's tragic, and it's there's all this death to the point where getting an ending like this almost feels like so rebellious.
Yeah.
and it just made me really happy.
And rebellious in more than one way, because that was the other element. As soon, because when we've been thinking maybe Omega would go off to become a Jedi or work with the hidden path, but the moment she said the rebellion needs pilots now more than ever, I was like, of course she would want to join that particular fight, given everything that she's gone through and everything, all the values that have been instilled in her from all of her brothers. And yeah, absolutely. For, as Walker says, like, we know that Hunter and Wrecker and Crosshair absolutely would, drop everything in a moment's notice to be there for Omega and join her in the fight. But it's also so incredibly satisfying for them that like they fought their battles. They fought battles that they didn't have any say in fighting. They went on missions where they were just ordered to do so. Then they ended up choosing their fight, and now they get to choose to rest, to not be soldiers unless they choose to be. And Omega gets to choose to be a soldier because that's what she wants, because she can't, stand to see the oppression and tyranny in the galaxy. That's not who she is. She will always be standing up for justice and right, and given her connection to characters like Hera in the first season, like you have a feeling she might go and link up with her. That seems likely. Also, well, I have a feeling that if we see any character pop up in live action from this show, it'll be Omega in the Mandoverse era. Keisha Castle Hughes is the right age and very, very available. But what I would say in particular was just that Omega has learned all of the lessons that she has learned from her brothers. She learned to be she learned to be fearless. She learned to be loyal. She had those qualities in her before, but like the batch reinforced her. They taught her the skills, and now she's going to put those skills to good use for the next generation. And that's why the other moment that really got me emotional was one of the small grace notes at the end when she boards the ship that looks at the little Havoc, like the little Havoc Marauder with the lights and the Lou Ladal and Gonki's there, good old Gonki. But then it was specifically the fact that it's text goggles on the dashboard. She got them out of the Archeum, but in particular, she specifically says she's going off to be, because the rebellion needs pilots more than ever. And who taught her to be a pilot? Tech. And you're just like, his legacy lives on. God, that was so good.
I really teared up a lot today when and I obviously noticed on my first viewing, but when it, gave us that shot of text goggles, I got so emotional. Yeah, man. And yeah, I don't know what the future holds. But yeah, I don't think we've seen the last of Omega. Certainly, she seems destined to be headed off into rebellion era storytelling and maybe beyond. So we'll see. Anything else you want to mention before we do our own little epilogue, which is some quick thoughts about Tales of the Empire, but anything else about the these final episodes of season 3?
Yeah, so what I would just say is that like I can't wait to watch the entire show again. It's been just I think that it'll feel even more complete and of a piece on rewatch, and because I've watched each season. I watched the entire season up to this point. I just rewatched the final 4 episodes. Now I get to see the whole thing, the complete story for now. But in particular, what it prompted me to think about was a conversation that you and I had kind of in peripherally in the Slack, where we talked about and we've mentioned it on these discussions as well, about the where the Bad Batch stacks up in terms of Star Wars storytelling, and we'll keep it to TV, because I do kind of think movies are a little bit of a separate thing for me at least, but even though they're very closely tied together. But in particular, what it really kind of came down to for me is I love the Clone Wars so very, very much. Like, it is one of the most important Star Wars stories to me, because as a prequel kid, it did so much for that era. And the Clone Wars has been by far my favorite Star Wars television show, more so than Rebels, more so than The Resistance, or any of the live action shows, as much as I love them so much. But the Bad Batch has been on that level for the past 3 seasons, and it really got me thinking, like, is the Bad Batch, is this actually my favorite thing that they've ever done in Star Wars television? And I have such affection for the Clone Wars that I'm like, it can't be, the Clone Wars is just too important. But the more I thought about it, the more it kind of came down to the idea that my relationship with the Clone Wars, as much as I adore it, it has had, it's been fractured in the sense that I didn't watch it immediately when it came out. I caught up a couple seasons later and fell in love with it then. And then the Clone Wars unfortunately got cut short, and I had to deal with bittersweet feelings around that. And then we got the joy of the revival with Clone Wars season 7, and then the story felt complete. But then you're like, but then there are episodes of the Clone Wars that we thought we might get. Well, now we'll probably not see in that form. And the Clone Wars also, by its very nature, is a much more arc-based show that follows multiple different characters. Obviously, Ahsoka and Anakin and Obi-Wan are the central protagonists, Padme as well. But it'll also, have an arc where we're following Meeber Gascon and the droids, and it as a whole, I think it's an incredibly, resonant and powerful show telling the story.
That's who I thought the real cavalry was going to be, though. Yeah. Meeber Gascon and his droid crew.
That is famously George Lucas's favorite arc of the Clone Wars. I have a feeling that at some point Dave Filoni is going to bring them back. But in particular, it's just the reason I bring all that up is to say that, I think you had mentioned in the disc that, the Bad Batch was now possibly your favorite Star Wars show. And I was like, I still might lean Clone Wars. But the more I think about it, I'm like, when I think about the Bad Batch and the fact that I got to experience this show from the beginning, and that it followed this core group of characters, and that it's, it had a 3-season run where, as far as I was concerned, it never put a wrong foot anywhere, and it told just such a powerful and resonant story. Whether or not it's my favorite Star Wars show, I don't necessarily need to quantify that or not. It has been the most rewarding experience of any Star Wars show from beginning to end. All the more so because we never thought that a story based around these characters would have this emotional power. And so the fact that it has now told its story in 3 seasons, and it felt complete and it felt earned, and it left me on such an emotionally resonant high. I'm like, as an experience, given the fact that Clone Wars had its interruptions and things, I think my experience with the Bad Batch is my favorite that I've had with any Star Wars show, live action or animated.
Favorite is a tricky thing. I think what I meant to communicate when I brought that up in the Slack was that I think that the Bad Batch is sort of what I would consider the best
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars series in like the. But it's hard because you brought up the point that the Bad Batch built upon the foundation that that Clone Wars set. Like, there's no way you ever get to Bad Batch or any other Star Wars television, for that matter, without the Clone Wars. And the Clone Wars sort of, Clone Wars walked and then jogged,
Yeah,
and then ultimately ran so that the Bad Batch could, win trophies and run marathons, and and so it's like it's yeah, so it's hard to like say that like it would like Clone Wars still has like the affection of like I might even go ahead and say if we're talking favorites, like Clone Wars will sort of always, you know, sort of be beloved by me in that way. But also there's no question that like they had their stumbling blocks along the way. And um Bad Batch has the example of like the show started as, when they had returned for season 7 of Clone Wars and were like the animation at that point was so many light years beyond what they ever could have conceived at the beginning of that show. And then following that, they got to start Bad Batch. And so Bad Batch was like firing on all cylinders from right from the get-go. But there's just so many things that they were able to do with this show, from storytelling, from animation, like the shooting style of the show, like just the use of shadows and sort of live action camera techniques that they employed in the animation, and like there's so much that they got to do. So like I think inevitably like the Bad Batch feels like the pinnacle of Star Wars animation up to this
yeah,
point, and by extension, because I have such a bias towards animation, like Star Wars animation, that automatically makes it like my favorite over any other Star Wars television show, or at least what I would consider to be quote unquote the best achievement in Star Wars television. So like yeah, it's that thing where like you can't not acknowledge everything that came before that sort of built up to this point, but it feels like this is the culmination of so much. And the idea that there's more to come after this,
mm-hmm.
or at least we hope. We're getting something venturous, so we know like we're getting something. But I'll be much more relieved once we get an official announcement of the next animated series. But the fact that there's still so much further to go, and I'm like I don't even know what to say when I think of the strides that they'll make in the next couple of years uh, at Lucasfilm Animation. I'm very excited, but the fact that we might one day look back at the Bad Batch and be like, um, it was groundbreaking for its time, but they moved light years beyond that. It's like, I can't even conceive of that because what they accomplished here was so breathtaking. But yeah, it's just amazing.
Yeah. And I will just point out, because Jameson Horton is mentioning it in the chat, has anyone finished Resistance? Resistance is often the show that gets most overlooked when we talk about Star Wars animation, because it only got to run for 2 seasons and kind of ended a little bit prematurely. I will fully own up to the fact that like I do have it a little bit below Clone Wars and Bad Batch and Rebels and the personal affection, but I still think it's a really good show, and I've actually been itching to rewatch it. Again. I think that the way it ties into the sequel trilogy is something we haven't seen enough of in recent storytelling, and oh, Peep It forever. Oh, Peep It rules.
I think it didn't get. It's a bit unfortunate because I feel like it didn't really get like the chance to fully become what it might have become, because that is a show that I feel was probably definitely cut short. And which is not to say that it wouldn't have still maybe had a couple issues here and there. It's not my favorite of um, of the shows. I think it's there's a lot to like about it, and I actually would really like to see a lot of those characters in future Star Wars storytelling. So yeah, it's like it's last on my list of the animated shows, but that doesn't mean that I don't think there's a lot to recommend it. I think it was just sort of that one really did feel like it was aimed at a younger age bracket, and so for that reason, I don't really feel as much of a connection to it. And again, it only got 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Like, granted, what the Bad Batch did with its first 2 seasons was like astonishing, but still, if that show had gotten to go on for longer, I think chances are, because again, like, you look back at Clone Wars, and for a lot of people, I mean, I really enjoyed that show from the get-go, but I know for a lot of people, Clone Wars doesn't really come alive until the second half of season 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think it's a little unfair to, Resistance gets treated as, the redheaded stepchild, but I don't think he got, a fair shake. It would have needed to go on for a bit longer to really, I think, seize on its potential. And and also maybe people weren't just, maybe we weren't ready for, a sequel trilogy, the show. Maybe it's was too soon, and because there were places that they weren't able to go with that, because the sequel trilogy was still ongoing at that point. So I don't know. It's not my favorite, but also I'm not negative on it either.
Yeah, no, and I think I will and like it even more on rewatch. I will also note that in terms of younger skewing animated shows, I have not. The one Star Wars thing that I've yet to finish is Young Jedi Adventures, but I'm okay with that because that is aimed at preschoolers, even though I do love it as well.
Yeah, I'll own up to the fact that I haven't watched it.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'm glad that those show that the young kids have that Star Wars show. Nubs is great, but it is like Resistance is still like something that people of all ages can watch. Young Jedi Adventures is very much a kids show.
Okay, let's get into some Tales of the Empire talk, because I really I I want to get this to. I really don't want to steal longer than the 4-hour mark.
Too late.
Yeah. I don't want us to like go too in depth, because again we'll be here for way too long. But I absolutely loved the Tales of the Empire shorts. I thought that they felt more narratively connected to one another, in my opinion, than Tales of the Jedi did. As much as I loved Tales of the Jedi, I thought that each, you know, each sort of set of 3 episodes for both of these characters just were really strongly connected, so that they felt like they were like each of the three episodes, like each of the sets were telling, really good stories across their three episodes. Um, I it was really a lot of fun getting to see Morgan, especially in animation, because like everybody always talks about the transition from animation to live action, and I'm like, what about the transition from live action to animation? That's what I'm here for, and so I thought that was great. I loved especially her first episode, um, because and we can talk about this a bit. I thought it was probably the most frightening General Grievous has ever
Oh yeah.
been. At least
Outside of the Clone Wars micro series.
yeah, exactly. And I love getting to see Thrawn in this style of animation in her second episode, because animation wise we only saw him in Rebels, and to see him in this sort of evolved Clone Wars animation style was really cool. And I just really enjoyed getting a lot of context for the story leading up to the Mandalorian episode of the Jedi. Um, and again, like I was saying about the Bad Batch, the animation of all these episodes was just beautiful. I mean, let's just take it because I just talked about Morgan's story, but obviously we've got Barriss Offee as well. Did you have a preference
I mean,
for what story you liked
well,
more?
so I'll say that I did prefer Barriss's episodes, but I love just because they really like emotionally moved me by the end. But I loved them both. I loved getting to spend time with Morgan as well. And the thing about Morgan's episodes is when you think back to the fact that these episodes kind of mirrored Tales of the Jedi in a way, in the sense that there was one character, Morgan in the Tales of the Empire, Ahsoka in Tales of the Jedi, where it's more like we're telling three kind of separate, thematically connected stories that are checking in on the character at different points in their life, building in around their existing canon storytelling. In this case, we knew Morgan's like end with her introduction in the Mandalorian, her story in Ahsoka, where she ultimately meets her fate. This was going back and filling in her backstory, and I thought it was incredibly cool to see her in that element. And I really thought that the theme that was connected with those episodes was clear from the moment they said it in the trailer. They in a line where she says, "My world has been burning since I was a child," and we see that shot of her at the end of the first episode, standing in front of the flames as after her world's been upended, and now she has unfortunately brought this death to the Mountain Clan because she was so determined to seek out weapons to continue the fight. And then there's the episode that how her third episode ends with her burning the force of Corvus, and to send a message. And it's like that, like her story was clear for me from the beginning. I was like, this is the path of the dark side. The fact Yoda says fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. Those are the titles of Morgan's episodes: Path of Anger, or Path of Fear, Path of Anger, Path of Hate. And it was, I really appreciated how they lasered in on the idea that Morgan was a character who experienced tremendous tragedy and loss. She lost her mother, she lost her people, she lost her culture, and it made her fearful and angry. And the way she chose to use that fear and anger was to get power so that she could get revenge. And the ultimate end of that was that by the end of her journey, she was willing to burn down other worlds and inflict the suffering that she suffered onto other people in the name of getting what she wanted and fulfilling her goal. And I'm like, that is a clear and pure distillation of the journey of the dark side, because she started from an understandable place. Fear is not necessarily an evil thing, nor is anger. But when you use them in this way, you become an agent of evil. And they showed that like this was the way that why it was ultimately fitting that she was one of the characters focusing on this story that was centered on dark side characters. She is the character, whatever her pure motivations were to restore her people, she became an agent of evil by the end of it because she was willing to make those costs. And the fact that she did so in connection with Thrawn, who appreciated that in her and was willing to, make that connection with her and see her value, but also like use hers, and she was willing to use him. I'm like, this is again the nature of the dark side. And I thought so. Even though these stories might have been more just like we'll check in with Morgan in the Clone Wars era, then in the early Empire, then in the early New Republic area, there was a very clear thematic through line, and so I thought it was a very strong overall story.
Yeah, no, and just the fact that it's and there's been talk elsewhere about are these like self-contained stories in of themselves. I mean, by the very nature of what these shorts are supposed to be, which is sort of filling in moments of characters' journeys that we see, we see their main stories like elsewhere. Um, but I thought just the way these stories were laid out was so beautifully like there is a whole like journey, and just the fact that as you stated, like her Morden's first episode starts with with when she's younger and her home is burning, and the fact that then it ends with her burning another home, and and doing that to other people. It's so like tragic and horrible and but thematically rich, and it is a full circle journey to that unfolds over the course of these episodes. Uh so yeah, I thought that was great. And as for Barris's story, I think the most pleasant surprise for me about, because we were all very anxious to see the continuation of Barris's story, but also the fact that it wasn't just her story; it was also Lynn's story.
Exactly.
The and the fact that it's just as much a story about her being saved by Barris.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a surprise, and so for me that is telling a complete story throughout her episodes as well. um and and then there's all talk elsewhere about does Barris survive at the end of this, and for me, like, maybe she does, maybe she doesn't, but that was sort of it's irrelevant for where this story ends, which is she saves her friend from the dark side.
Yeah.
And you know and this friend who has done a lot of heinous stuff over the years as an inquisitor, and and has a lot to atone for, but you know as we've discussed elsewhere, it's not necessarily about can you make up for everything that you've done, but you can start by making a right decision and digging yourself out of that hole of of hopelessness and hatred. And because we've talked a lot before about how the sort of trap of the dark side, which I think a lot of us also feel in real life, is like is once you've dug yourself so deep, like you can only keep going further and further down. It seems impossible to just call it quits and say, I made a mistake. Let me step back and head in the other direction. It's very, very hard to do that. And that's the thing is like you can see this character. Lynn's character is so entrenched in the dark side, throughout, we saw her in Obi-Wan Kenobi, and she's been in other stuff, and we see her throughout, like, especially the first two episodes of 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 of, uh, of this arc, and like she seems so irredeemable, but then we see in that, third episode that she's actually desperate
Yeah.
to be saved, to be given a way out, but she doesn't believe that she can. And that's the lie that the dark side sells.
Yeah.
Um,
No.
and the fact that those episodes were telling her story as much as Barris's, was such a pleasant surprise and unexpected, and I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I loved these Barris episodes. I truly, like, famously, it has been 11 years, since we last saw Barris in the Clone Wars, and the fact I thought that this story was well worth waiting for. And the fact that it also told us Lynn's story and gave us that moment at the end with her character where, as another lost Darksider once said, I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. And she does ultimately, with the help of someone who cares about her. It's the thing about it is that when it comes to Barris's story, like, we all had an idea that, like, Barris might end up as an Inquisitor at one point, because Palpatine had identified all these Jedi who had been lost and disillusioned during the Clone Wars, and he kind of targeted them for this Inquisitor program. And Barris being imprisoned at the end of the Clone Wars for having denounced the Jedi and the way that they were perpetuating the Clone Wars in her eyes, she seemed like a prime target. So when it became clear that's where her story would start, I thought it was, incredibly satisfying, but also heartbreaking to see her go through Inquisitor training, feeling like she doesn't really have the choice because it's clearly like do this or die. The fact that she finds herself confronted with someone she once knew in Lynn who now refuses to go by that name. The Grand Inquisitor is trying to beat all of her like mercy and kindness that remains out of her. She has to end up, killing a former Padawan that she once knew, and she ends it all by being inducted into the Inquisitorius ranks and kneeling before Darth Vader, the former Anakin Skywalker. Like, it's tragic and ironic and heartbreaking, but also like you feel how trapped she is. And then you get to the second episode where we see that even though that how Barris is like rationalizing this decision, because ultimately, as much as great as her crimes were in the Clone Wars, and what she did was terrible. She bombed the Jedi Temple, she killed innocents, she framed Ahsoka for it. She seemed to be very, committed to that path, but she ultimately had lost her way in that respect. But what she ultimately hadn't lost was the sense of wanting to, the virtues of a Jedi, of like, I actually want to protect people, and the reason I turned against the Jedi is because I thought they were no longer doing that. And we saw that, doing that when she's in that village and she, speaks to the child kindly and gets them to give up the information, but she's also like willing to do it because she's like, well, then once we do that, we can leave these people in peace and they can prosper. And that she knows that it's a lie as she says it, but she's rationalizing the path of the dark side, much as Anakin once did once he made that fateful choice to commit to try and get the knowledge to save Padme's life. These are the choices, the lies you keep telling yourself, that what I'm doing is actually for a greater purpose. But then Lynn doesn't let her believe that because she keeps committing these horrible acts and undercutting those rationalizations right in front of her, killing the innocents.
Oh my God! You want to keep thinking that animation is for kids, people.
Yeah.
This short should dispel you of those notions, because it's absolutely horrifying what happens.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like that journey is like she lies to herself until she can't anymore, when she finally is faced with you know, the Jedi who is like cornered, has nowhere to run. She's trying to talk them down, and she finally does, and she offers them a path forward, and then the wind cuts them down anyway. That's when she realizes that there's actually not a, you know, anything good or noble about what I'm doing here. And that's when she has the kind of awesome line, well, then you have one Jedi left to deal with, because she ultimately hadn't truly abandoned that path in her heart. It was not too late for her to make her better choice. She did. And so I was very satisfied with the end of that episode. But then the final episode, The Way Out, that's the one that really emotionally knocked me on my ass, because I was just so like moved by, one, seeing older Barriss having made her better choice, committing to the path of, you know, trying to help others, and, you know, reflecting on her past mistakes, the fact that, you know, she once let a darkness took her, but that was long ago. She's no longer that person, that she's making the selfless sacrifice, that she's willing to stand against Lynn between them and the child, and then just the wisdom that comes with that. It's I was moved by that, as well as by seeing Barriss as a healer. You know, in Legends, I had read some stories about, you know, Barriss, you know, she had committed to being a healer, and that was her path. And so seeing an element of that story come back into canon was rewarding. But then once they went into the cave, and that's when it really kicked into like emotional high gear for me, because I love the whole dark side cave. In this case, I might say it's a light side cave construct, but just one of the most powerful ideas in all of Star Wars. What's in there? Only what you take with you.
And the fact that all it takes is for Lynn to be forced to confront her own reflection, and that it's too much for her, and it just overwhelms her. It's, oh god, it's just so beautiful, and she's like, there is no way out, is there? And you know, and that's what the Empire wants you to believe.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, you know, and it's just a beautiful like example of using the imagery to underline the theme of the story. The fact that like this young family and Barriss's attendants go into the cave with like nothing but lightness and love in their heart, and they find their way through, whereas Lynn is consumed by fear, and so everywhere she turns, she's getting lost. She's seeing only herself. She's becoming more angry and isolated and alone. And, you know, this is a reflection of what's inside her, you know. So it's not the most subtle thing, but it's like a beautifully resonant idea.
It would seem that fear is not your ally, his sister, but your master.
That was my favorite line in any of these shorts, and it distills the theme down perfectly, because, you know, again, fear is not necessarily an evil thing. You know, it can be, in Star Wars it often is, but it also can be, you know, a motivating factor. Like, you know, you think about the scene in The Dark Knight Rises where the prisoner tells Bruce Wayne, you know, you think being without fear makes you strong and makes you weak, you know, because how can you do these impossible things without the idea of fear? Like, so just engage with it on this more natural level. But because it can be your ally, fear is a danger sense. It lets you know, like, hey, you got to move, you got to get out of the way, or you might. Well,
and also the famous line from Game of Thrones, you know, the only time a man can be brave is when he's afraid. Yeah.
It is such a powerful idea in that elemental state, but it's the key line that you just said. It seems that fear is not your ally, but your master, because the Sith and the dark side, they live in that fear. They use it to fuel their anger and their hate, so that it gives them the illusion of power. That's the Sith codes. Like, peace is a lie. There's only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. but ultimately, and through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall set me free. But ultimately, it's a prison. That logic. It's a lie. And the fact that like we see that reflected in these episodes in this beautiful like construct of the ice cave that is showing Lynn her fear reflected back at her, and Barris, who has walked this path, who knows this path, who wants to help her, kind of giving her that guidance. And Lynn won't accept it until she's finally lashed out in anger and ultimately cut Barris down. And then she sees and remorsefully what it is that she's done, and then she's willing to open her heart and start to realize that there might be a way out for her after all if she's willing to make that choice to look back. And I just found that entire sequence so beautiful and so moving, and the fact that it seems like Barris's arc to me in that scene is complete. Whether or not she survives, she may. I was looking and seeing like when does it look like she actually stops breathing? It seems like there's a moment she does, but then Lynn is saying that, I'm gonna get you out of here. It's clear that, Barris saved Lynn, and that was her true victory, much as Anakin's true victory at the end of Return of the Jedi was not killing Palpatine, it was saving his son. But I think that Barris's story in these 3 episodes felt like its own complete entity. And if this is the end for her, it's one of the more powerful ends I've seen for a character in Star Wars recently. And if it's not, then, I will engage with that storyline when it comes to it. There are clear seeds being set up of something from this story to continue. I will be honest, when I heard Barris say, send them to see an old friend, I'm like, that's going to be Ahsoka, isn't it? It has to be. And I'm cool with that idea, whether or not it means that we're going to see Barris in Ahsoka season 2 or a animated Path show. But once we got to the ending where Barris was, kind of reassuring Lynn and holding her hand as Lynn reckoned with her choices, and then Barris closes her eyes and is at peace with the Force. I was just like, for a character who we left in such an incredibly dark and lost place at the end of the Clone Wars, to tell this story with her in only 3 15-minute episodes and get her to this point, this was a triumph of storytelling. And this, like, I go back and forth as to whether this episode or the Dooku episode, the Sith Lord, is my favorite of these little shorts, but this is definitely the one that moved me emotionally the most. And I was extraordinary.
Yeah, and it's funny because when I finished watching this episode, my first gut reaction was that, oh, well, Barris is going to survive because she's going to continue from here. But actually, the more I've gone back to watch it, the less certain I am of that. I think the importance of when Lynn says, I'm going to, get you out of here. I think the point of that, and the fact that then we see them walk, we see her walking out of the cave, holding Barris. It's the fact that she found her way out of the cave.
Yeah.
It's that once, she accepted that she could, that there was a way out, and so I think that's the point of like that final shot of, of the short, and which is, and not to say that, Barris doesn't survive and continue on in future stories, but I think that it's just as valid an interpretation that this is the end of Barris's story, and if that is the case, I think it's an amazingly beautiful ending, and I think the legacy of her character will be served by future storytelling, and that involves Lynn, and whatever she does from this point on is thanks to Barris and the fact that she saved her. So I haven't I'm not definitive one way or the other, how we're supposed to like take Barris's survival or not non-survival, but either way, I think I'm satisfied.
Yeah. I am as well. This is definitely a case where the ambiguity only makes it like more beautiful to me, and in the sense that I don't need to follow up with Barris anytime soon if it ends up being another 11 years, or if this is truly the end for her character. Either way, I'm at peace, because again, they told a very complete story in these 3 episodes that just resonated with me, and I thought, you know, this is the best of what this specific format of short form animation can do. Um, and the fact that it was with this character of Barris, who we were so keen to get answers about, and we end the story theoretically on another, Schrodinger's Barris is, could she be alive? Could she be dead? But it's in a place where I'm just like, I don't need that answer. I am content with the story. Her arc is emotionally complete to me, and I'm very happy with that.
And by the way, there's a lot of years in between that second episode and the third one. So, like, and it seems very clear that, if we're to take, that old friend mentioned as Ahsoka, which, come on, it's Ahsoka, that there's storytelling to be told there about, about their reunion, and maybe things happen, uh, in between that was simply more than her just becoming a healer and going off, to that planet or wherever, there's a lot of years there in between. So if you wanted to continue to tell more Barris material, it doesn't necessarily need to be she survives this and goes into the future, but it could be other material that you could explore with her. But regardless, I thought this was a beautiful story told over 3 episodes, and I was very happy with it.
I was too. I know we want like a longer form Star Wars animation story to continue, but I would be very happy if going forward they also traded off like with Star Wars Visions and this Tales of series every other year on kind of a 2-year alternating cycle, because it's clear that this is a format that they can tell powerful stories in as well. So
yeah. And so we got Barris's story that is very redemptive, and even as it deals with very like dark paths, and and I mentioned like Lynn is saved at the end, but that she's also done a lot of incredibly dark stuff. We talked about just her massacre in the second episode, which is horrifying. But this is what the story of Star Wars deals with. It's these characters who have done a lot of horrific wrongs, but can they be redeemed in the sense, not that doesn't mean forgiven for their past actions, but can they make a decision to make a right choice and move forward on a different path, and we always get into these conversations about like, oh, but if that was in the real world, no, they've still got to face justice for all this, and for characters in the story, some of them may still, but in mythical storytelling, it gives you sort of the latitude to tackle these ideas of can someone do these absolutely horrific wrongs and yet still make a better choice moving into the future. And then, flipping back around to Morgan, got a character who just keeps going further, further down, a dark path. And it was really interesting seeing her starting off from that, that youthful place of her home was destroyed. And I mentioned about Grievous being so terrifying in that first episode because, like, there's nothing sort of jokey or funny about, his, you know, hacking laughter. In this, it's horrifying. Like, you just hear him laughing over, and it echoing, through the burning forest. And I was just like, holy shit. I like this. Like, I get why Grievous was such a terrifying figure you know, in the galaxy. Yeah, we got to see jokey episodes of Jar Jar thwarting him in Clone Wars, but if you take a step back and look at, you know, his presence in the galaxy, this was a terrifying figure, and so to see the young Morgan like lose her mother, and go through this horrifying experience, and the fact that it does shape her, and um and like, it's not totally her fault what happens at the end of that
No.
first episode. Like, she's dealing with a lot of trauma, and like, of course she's feeling like she wants revenge, and and really she's trying to, from her point of view, save another community from the fate of what she just went through. And so all she does is go to, gather some weapons, and then it ends in, the deaths of two of the three young girls that, went with her. And like, and that's horrifying. That's really sad. And but it solidifies her path. Um and the fact that it ends with the, and then the mother, saying, it would seem your path is set, Morgan Elsbeth. I pity you, for I can see what is to come. That's a heck of a thing to lay on, a young person who's just gone through all this. So, like, completely understandable, from, you know, uh, from the, village mother, that she's just lost her daughter, and it's just this tragic story of, um, was there another way for Morgan, if her youth hadn't been so drenched in tragedy and, and then unfortunate decisions that, you know, and then I don't think she's even completely necessarily villainous for the fact that she, then what she's trying to do on the, what's the planet?
Corvus.
Corvus. What she's trying to do on Corvus. I think that she naively, has this idea that she'll go to the Empire with these, plans, and that she'll, get them to invest, and that the planet will actually prosper. I don't see anything terribly villainous or malicious in that, but the fact that, but then it's a bit naive, and then it sort of backfires on her, which then in turn turns the people against her. And there's more than a bit of xenophobia going on right there when people call out her as witch, and so, of course, well, and so in that way, it sort of seems natural that she's going to then turn her back on those people. But it's like, but it's the way she does it, and the sort of choice that these, I made a bad calculation, and now these people are turning against me. So now I'm going to make an even worse decision. And it's just, it's this portrait of this person who's gone through a lot of darkness and trauma, and instead of like pulling themselves away from that, decides to double down and keep going down that dark path.
Yeah, it's the classic idea of, you know, you have to be willing to break the cycle if you once you find yourself in it, if you're ever gonna, you know, escape the what vengeance and rage and anger and fear will cost you, because Morgan finds herself trapped in that cycle. She is willing to pay the cost because she figures the only way out of it is to ultimately be the one who emerges with the most power so that all that suffering flows downhill. And when she's offered the chance to break the cycle and potentially, you know, make a better choice or atone for what it is that she's done with by Nadura in the third episode, she slaps that hand away. Um, and so ultimately it becomes the, you know, a story of her becoming that agent of evil who is willing to continue down the dark path and get lost in what was once an understandable motivation of fear. Uh, but and Barris makes the opposite choice because she finds herself in that cycle of grief and loss and fear and pain, and she has the chance to break it, and she does, and then she helps another character break it as well. So it you know, ultimately the thing about, you know, redemption is, you know, it you have to be like, it's not just something that happens, it has to be a choice that you're willing to make, and accept the consequences of that, and, you know, continue that path of atonement. And you know, we see Barris do it. We've seen characters who aren't force sensitive do it. You know, Jameson Horton in the chat was talking about the idea that, like, can characters like Grievous or Thrawn be strong in the dark side even if they aren't traditionally force sensitive? And the answer is yes, they are. They follow those same paths, just as like a character like Omega is ultimately an agent of the light side, and Crosshair was a character who effectively fell to the dark side, but then made the better choice and managed to walk that path and find what we would traditionally think of as redemption in that way. So all these stories are connected. The Force is present in every living thing in the Star Wars galaxy, and as Nadura tells Wing at the end of the third episode, you have to be ready to do your part, even if it is small, because it will make a difference.
And I really do love the story that they added in for, you know, that's not added in, they're just part of the episodes, but those characters I thought was really beautiful, and it sets up, you know, Wing in that Mandalorian episode, and yeah, no, I thought it was great. And of course, they teased us a little bit with Bo-Katan on the other side of that stress call. And again, they're beautifully setting up, you know, what happens next with that story. But yeah, no, I just, the both of these stories were so great just because, and we did predict that that Barris's story was going to be one of coming back to the light, because Morden's inevitably had to be about just descending further and further into darkness, because we know where she ends up. Uh, and very much like Tales of the Jedi was two, you know, opposite paths of the path that Ahsoka goes on, the path that Dooku goes on. We knew likewise, you know, one of these stories was going to be about going further down the dark side, and then, you know, another story would likely be about, you know, clawing your way back up to the light. So, um, so yeah, it was just great. And the final note, I'll just say, you know, talking about Thrawn's appearance in that second episode, like, I am just putty in their hands any time like they give us, you know, Lars Mikkelsen's amazing voice with, you know, and Kevin Kiner's, you know, Thrawn theme.
Yeah.
You know, it's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, the man has a truly melodious tones, and he had some killer lines in this. Like, I loved that line about him saying the rebellion is a sickness that kills common man and king. which is just, it's a terrible idea, but it's a very like powerful idea, as it's showing us Thrawn's perspective of, yes, the man is a villain. He does believe in the ideals of authoritarianism, even if he might have a more, what some would consider more noble motivations for signing on. But then, some of it was just like the line that was in the trailer where Morgan's like, "It is that strength I offer the Empire." And I'm just like, "Offer accepted," and you get the chill up your spine because he's cool, man. He's just that cool, even if he is bad.
Two more little notes I have, and then we'll wrap this up. But one, I was laughing myself silly when I saw Warwick Davis credited for Rook, because I guess he went in and recorded some grunts. Oh God! And also, my other note is like, I am blown away by the fact that like we have an actor as amazing as Xander Berkeley playing Captain Paleon.
Yeah.
When he popped up in The Mandalorian, I did not recognize him initially, and then I saw his name in the cast list. I was like, "Wait, what?" And I went back to watch the scene. I was like, "God damn it, that absolutely is Xander Berkeley." And then I'm pretty sure it was him doing the voice here as well.
Oh, it was. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Just one of my favorite character actors ever. I've adored him since I first saw him in Gattaca years ago. Which, by the way, if any of you have not seen Gattaca, see Gattaca, because the movie itself is one of the great science fiction films, and his character is, he has a smaller role in the film, but a crucial one, and it's just like, for a guy who's made a career out of playing like assholes, he's actually so incredibly sweet in that film. And so he's been one of my favorites since then. And so the idea that he is playing the character Captain Paleon just like made me so thrilled. So yeah, it's yeah, I love it. And which, by the way, next time I go back to read those original Thrawn novels, it's gonna feel different being able to like plug him into that character. Just like, reading those books has completely been transformed ever since Lars Mikkelsen, got the role of Thrawn, because he just brought that character to life in a whole new way for me. Um, so yeah, that's our thoughts right there. We spent, I think we spent a good amount of time on there. We are living up to our quota for stream lengths, but I hope you guys all enjoy this talk. Like, we really cannot thank you enough for those of you who stick around for the full. I know we do long streams, but I think the way we look at it, Jared, is because we really don't have a huge audience for our channel, and so what these end up being each week really are just you and I just getting to have these conversations that we want to have about the stuff we love, and that tends to go a while, and and so the fact that you guys join us for that, it really does mean a lot. You guys are great, so thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're so glad that you all decided to show up for to share in the experience of this final discussion for the Bad Batch, even if it was it's now been like over a week since the finale. Like, we know that that this is not the most watched show in the world and not the most watched channel, but the fact that everyone is still here, united in their love for this particular story, it means a lot to us. So thank you.
Yeah, and I will say these have been some of my favorite discussions that we've done on the channel, due in no small part to the fact that you guys have shown up for these discussions and been so great in the chat. like I said, we don't always do outrageous like total numbers, especially for these discussions. But for me, just seeing you guys in the chat and having you talk with us about the episodes, like that just means the world. And you know, and really just makes it worth doing this. So thank you so much. And yeah, God, I can't believe it. Here we are. We're at, it's the end of a journey, Jared.
For now.
For now. But more Star Wars coming next week because we are talking the 25th anniversary of the Phantom Menace next week. So hopefully you guys will join us for that because I can't wait to talk about it, and we're gonna have a whole lot of fun. And you know, and then in a couple weeks after that, we'll be talking about the other prequels too, and then I think Jared and I will probably we might even talk after we log off, or maybe we'll save it for another day this week. But we're gonna plan out what other movies we're gonna talk about in the weeks ahead. So we will let you guys know.
Yep.
Anything else, Jared?
No, I just once again this experience with the final season of the Bad Batch and the entire show has been a joy, and it's been a privilege to be along for the ride and to be able to discuss it with you, John, and with all of you in the chat. So thank you.
Yep. Okay. I guess that'll do. Thank you once again, guys. Hopefully you'll see you next week, and I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful night. So until next time, bye.
Mission complete.